roll down this unfamiliar road. And although this wave is stringing us along, just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. If you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home. Settle down, it'll all be clear. Don't pay no mind to the demons, they fill you with fear. The trouble, it might drag you down. And if you get lost, you can always be found. Just know you're not alone, 'cause I'm gonna make this place your home.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me, till I can get my satisfaction. touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just hurt me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Push me, and then just hurt me till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction. 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 Satisfaction.
Push me, and then just hurt me till I can get my satisfaction.
Push me, and then just touch me till I can get my satisfaction.
God, sometimes you just don't come through. God, sometimes you just don't come through. You need a woman to look after you. God, sometimes you just don't come through. You make pretty daisies, pretty daisies. I gotta find sign what you're doing about with you. Feel which is burning, gets a little toasty. Why you know? Gotta find why you always go when the wind blows. God, sometimes you just don't come through. God, sometimes you just don't come through. You need a woman to look after you. God, Sometimes you just don't come through, baby. Do you need a woman to look after you? God, sometimes you just don't come through. Do you need a woman to look after you? God, sometimes you just don't come through.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit lonely and you're never coming around.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit tired of listening to the sound of my tears.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit nervous that the best of all the years have gone by.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified and then I see the look in your eyes.
Turn around, bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall apart.
Around, bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall apart. Every now and then I get a little bit restless and I dream of something wild.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit helpless and I'm lying like a child in your arms.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit angry and I know I've got to get out and cry.
Turn around.
Every now and then I get a little bit terrified, but then I see the look in your eyes.
Around, bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall apart.
Bright eyes.
Every now and then I fall apart. And I need you now tonight. And I need you more than ever. And if you only hold me tight, we'll be holding on forever. And we'll only be making it right. 'Cause we'll never be wrong. Together we can take it to the end of the line. The love is like a shadow on me all of the time. I don't know what to do and I'm always in the dark. We're living in a powder keg and giving off balls. I really need you tonight. Forever's gonna start tonight. Forever's gonna start tonight. Upon a time I was falling in love, but now I'm only falling apart. There's nothing I can do, a total eclipse of the heart. Once upon a time there was light in my life, but now there's only love in the dark. Nothing I can say, a total eclipse of the heart. I can do, a total eclipse of the heart. Once upon a time there was light in my life, but now there's only love in the dark. Nothing I can say, a total eclipse of the heart. A total eclipse of the heart.
Never win first place, I don't support the team. I can't take direction and my socks are never clean. Teachers dated me, my parents hated me. I was always in a fight, cause I can't do nothing right. Every day I fight a war against a mirror. I can't take the person staring back at me. I'm a hazard to myself. Don't let me get me. I'm my own worst enemy. It's bad when you know yourself. So irritating. Don't wanna be my friend no more. I wanna be somebody else. I wanna be somebody else. Yeah. LA told me you'll be a pop star. All you have to change is everything you are. Tired of being compared to damn Britney Spears. She's so pretty, that just ain't me. Doctor, doctor, won't you please prescribe me something? A day in the life of someone else, cause I'm a hazard to myself. Don't let me get me, no. I'm my own worst enemy. It's bad when you know yourself. So irritating, no. Don't wanna be my friend no more. I wanna be somebody else. Yeah. Don't let me get me. I'm my own worst enemy. It's bad when you know yourself. So irritating. Don't wanna be my friend no more. I wanna be somebody else. Doctor, doctor, won't you please prescribe me something? A day in the life of someone else. Don't let me get me. I'm a hazard to myself, yeah. Don't let me get me. I'm my own worst enemy. It's bad when you know yourself. So irritating. Don't wanna be somebody else. Don't let me get me. Don't let me get me. It's bad when you know yourself. It's so bad. So irritating. Don't wanna be my friend. I wanna be somebody
I went to see the preacher to teach me how to pray. He looked at me and smiled, and that preacher turned away. He said, if you wanna tell him something, you ain't gotta fold your hands. Say it with your heart, your soul, and believe it. And I say, man, bang a drum for the sinners, bang a drum for the sins, bang a drum for the losers and those who win. Bang it wrong, bang it loudly, or as soft as you need. Bang a drum for yourself, son, and a drum for me. Ooh, It's there.
You've got to press it on you. You just thinking that's what you do, baby. Hold it down there. Jump where the moment move it. Jump back and forth. Feel like you there. Work it out.
Never did no harm, never did no harm. It's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. It's there. It's there.
You've got to press it on you. You just thinking that's what you do,
baby. Hold it down there.
Jump where the moment move it. Jump back and forth.
Feel like you were there yourself. Work it out. Never did no harm, never did no harm. It's there. It's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. It's there. Never did no harm, never did no harm. It's there. It's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up, it's coming up. It's there.
You've got to press it on you. You just thinking that's what you do,
baby. Hold it down there.
Jump where the moment move it. Jump back and forth.
Feel like you were there yourself. Work it out. You've got to press it on you. You just thinking that's what you do, baby. Hold it down there. Jump with it all and move it. Jump back and forth and feel like you were there yourself. Work it out.
One, a two, a 1, 2, 3. I don't know why I always act a fool. Every time I get close to you, my head starts to aching, my knees start to shaking. Girl, if this is love, I'd rather have the blues. Now every time I hear you call my name, I jump so high you can call me Superman. You could sign my name if they see you coming at my back. forgetting. It's all one way to me. True love is blind. Woo. When it comes to me, I ain't lying. You must be blind in one eye. I think you know you got yourself a fool. That's right. You could change my name and call me Honeydew. Honeydew this, honeydew that. Honey, go buy me a pink Cadillac with a this is love. I think I got to do. If this is love, I'd rather have to do. If this is love, I'd rather have to do.
My life is brilliant. My life is brilliant. My love is pure. I saw an angel, of that I'm sure. She smiled at me on the subway. She was with another man, but I won't lose no sleep on that, 'cause I've got a plan. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do. 'Cause I'll never be with you. Yes, she caught my eye as we walked on by. She could see from my face that I was fucking high, and I don't think that I'll see her again, but we shared a moment that will last till the end. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. I saw your face in a crowded place, and I don't know what to do. 'Cause I'll never be with you. La, la, la. La, la, la. La, 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 la. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. You're beautiful. It's true. There must be an angel with a smile on her face when she thought up that I should be with you. But it's time to face the truth. I will never be with you.
better than that. Think I'd leave you down when you're down on your knees. I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you you're right when you want. If only you could see into me. Oh, when you're cold, I'll be there. Hold you tight to me. When you're on the outside, baby, and you can't get in, I will show you you're so much better than you know. When you're lost, when you're alone, and you can't get back again, I will find you, darling, and I'll bring you home. And if you want to cry, I am here to dry your eyes. And in no time, you'll be fine. You think I'd leave your side, baby? You know me better than that. Think I'd leave you down when you're down on your knees. I wouldn't do that. I'll tell you you're right when you want. If only you could see into me. Oh, when you're cold, I'll be there. Hold you tight to me, Oh, when you're low, I'll be there by your side, baby. Oh, when you're cold, I'll be there. Hold you tight to me, Oh, when you're low, I'll be there by your side, baby. Hearts are worn in these dark ages. You're not alone in this story's pages.
Je ne m'emmène, laisse me seul.
Sew this up with threads of reason and regret, so I will not forget, I will not forget how this felt 1 year, 6 months ago. I know I cannot forget, I cannot forget. I'm falling into memories of you and things we used to do. Follow me there, a beautiful somewhere, a place that I can share with you. I can tell that you don't know me anymore. It's easy to forget. Sometimes we just forget. Being on this road is anything but sure. Maybe we'll forget. I hope we don't forget. I'm falling into memories of you. Things we used to do. Follow me there, a beautiful somewhere, a place that I can share with you. In a while now I will feel better. I'll face the weather before me. In a while now I'll race the irony and buy back each word of my eulogy. All the uninvited tragedies, step outside. Ask yourself now, where would you be without days like this? When you finally collide with a moment you can't forget. So do I remind you of someone you never met, a lonely silhouette? And do I remind you of somewhere you wanna be, so far out of reach? Oh, I wish you'd open up for me, 'cause I wanna know you. Amaryllis bloom. Stay a while now, undress your colors, 'cause they're like no others I've ever seen. I could get used to your company. Step inside. Ask yourself now, where would you be without days like this? When you finally collide with emotions you can't resist. So do I remind you of someone you've never met, a lonely silhouette? And do I remind you of somewhere you wanna be, so far out of reach? Oh, I wish you'd open up for me, 'cause I wanna know you. Amaryllis. In a while now I will feel better, I will be better. So do I remind you of someone you never met, a lonely silhouette? And do I remind you of somewhere you wanna be, so far out of reach? Oh, I wish you'd open up for me, 'cause I wanna know you. Amaryllis bloom. Amaryllis.
Watching you, baby. Watching you all the time. Watching you, baby. Watching you all the time. Watching you destroy yourself now, woman. Well, all you do is sit around drinking wine. You worry me well. Sitting here wondering, what can I do? watching do the damn. Watching that wine destroy you. Yeah, destroy you. Taking you to the doctor, baby. Maybe the doctor knows what's going wrong in your head. I'm taking you to the doctor, woman. Maybe the doctor knows what's going wrong in your head. Yeah, that's right. If you can drink it down line, woman, even the grass on your grave will be cherry red.
Kept it going till the sun fell down. You kept it going.
Sometimes tablets up together in the hope of saving me, in the hope of saving me. Marks in the corner of the room, the junkyard full with eyes of gloom. I asked him time again, take me in and dry the rain, 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 the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain now. Dusty brown boots in the corner by the iron bar. Spray on dust is the greatest thing. Sure is the greatest thing since the light, since the light. Marks in the corner of the room, the junkyard full with eyes of gloom. I asked in time again, take me in and dry the rain, 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 the rain, the rain, the rain, the rain, my rain now.
beautiful. I don't mind spending every day out on your corner in the pouring rain. Look for the girl with the broken smile. Ask her if she wants to stay a while, and she will be loved. And she will be loved, and she will be loved.
too.
The views and opinions expressed in this program are those of the guest, speakers, commentators, experts, and hosts. They do not explicitly or necessarily reflect nor represent the channel's policy or the views held by this channel or broadcaster. The broadcaster or its channel cannot be held accountable for all or any views expressed during this program. And now, the Underground Daily with Captain Jack.
Interrupting transmission because we happen to know there's something that you've been missing. Welcome to the show. We're all set to go. So come on, come on. Why do you want to hear facts? Bad news are the worst. We hear the West say, so disconnect your brain. Hey, boys and girls.
And now, once again, your host, Captain Jack.
Hey, boys and girls. You're the truth of the world.
Here we go. It is Wednesday. I'm your host, Captain Jack, and it is good to be back. Welcome, everybody. This is the Underground Daily. I'm your host, Captain Jack. You can reach me on theundergrounddaily.com. Send me email at jack@theundergrounddaily.com. And of course, we will be addressing the elephant in the room. But before we get into it, let's introduce my, of course, executive producer, Jill Margetta. Are you with us today? Nope. She's nowhere to be found. Oh, wait, maybe she is. I don't know. There we go. There you go.
Hello.
Now, yeah, there you are.
See, when you don't let me talk.
Just had to take off the duct tape. Oh, there you go. Now you're free. You're free.
Ow, that hurt.
Oh, man. Welcome to the program. Happy Wednesday to you. Happy hump day. It's Wednesday, my dudes.
Yes, it is.
So,
Wednesday for me, though.
yeah, I know, right? So you're talking to the future here. You're seeing into the future. All right, everybody. This is the Underground Daily. I'm your host, Captain Jack. Obviously, as I said, and man, we got open lines today. We got open lines. Oh,
I know you've been busy since you've been away.
Well, yes, we will get into all the busy that I've been busying because, oh boy, do I have a lot to tell you. Open lines will kick off here at the after the bottom of the hour. So please, don't call in just yet. 09-888-8042 is the number to call in Auckland. By the way, if you're in Auckland, 09-888-8042 is the number. You can send me email, and man, my email box is slammed. I have not checked my email box in 2 weeks. 2 weeks. I have an enormous amount of email to catch up on. Yeah. Enormous amount. Lots of people asking what happened, where you been, what took place. Did you leave voluntarily? Did you get kicked off of X? And da-da-da-da-da-da. And we'll get into that. We'll get into that one here shortly. Believe me. It's very, very interesting. And I had to travel all the way to Wellington to, yeah. So I flew into Wellington. I had some conversations with my attorney about a lot of different things. But again, we'll get into that later. Right now, what I want to focus in on is the topics of the week, because we've missed a whole bunch of stuff. We missed a whole heap of stuff, right?
It's like this black hole of, I mean, it's just like everything was just suddenly gone, and it's like, oh,
Yeah, yeah.
now I have nothing.
Yeah. You have nothing. There's no more meaning in my life. Hey, let me ask you something. What are you on a new microphone over there?
Well, sort of. Why,
Sort
are
of.
you having trouble hearing
No,
me?
no, no, no. You just sound like you're sitting at a desk at a speakerphone like some sort of executive boss.
Really? Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
I've been meaning to tell you.
Oh, really? Did you win the lottery this time? Did you win the lottery? Did you?
No, if I won the lottery, I would be in at your desk.
Uh, you would have flown in on your private jet, right?
It's right.
What's the local lottery up to? Because it gets up into the billions now in the States, right?
Yeah. Well, we today the biggest one right now is the Mega Millions, and it is up
Mega
to
Millions.
$681 million.
$681 million. Now, how much of that do they? I mean, they take a good portion of that in taxes. What is it? Yeah, about half, right?
About half.
So the government takes half of that for taxes.
Yeah.
So
Federal. There's no state tax in Florida, so
yes, yeah. Well, that's a big one. So all right, so they take. Oh, and actually, you know what? So they take half of. They take 300 million out of it. See, they
I'm
don't.
saying half. It's not that much, I don't think. But by the
You don't
time
think?
you get it, it's half. Yeah.
Really? Wow. Still, I mean, it's your money. It's more money. I want it, right?
Yes. I want it now.
Wow. Well, I mean, it doesn't get that high here. I think the highest it'll go is 25 million. I think so
Well,
because
that's nothing to sneeze at. I'll take that.
yeah,
25 million more than I
well,
have now.
yes and no, because what they do is they dump a lot of that money into charities. Or I don't know where it really goes. I don't really know where the money goes.
Okay.
I've been told that it goes to charities or it goes to good causes. Like, let's say it gives up 25 million, right? And they have a "must be one tonight" on it, right?
Yeah.
And if it doesn't win, nobody wins, and then the money goes to some charity group or something, and then it just starts all over again.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, I know. It doesn't seem right, does it?
Well, do they have to pay tax on that money?
Good question. I don't know. I don't know. Good question. I don't know. I have no idea. I have no idea how the lottery system, I mean, in that default. I mean, I don't think that it's fair. I think that they should just keep banking it. They should just keep banking the money. But then you have conversations on talk radio here, right? That regularly come up about who does anyone really need all that money? Right? They go, whenever you have, let's say you have, $900 million. Do you really need all that money? I mean, even 30 million.
Yes.
It's like, do you
Yes, I
really
do.
need all that money? I think it's really interesting that here in New Zealand, they dictate what people need. Do you really need that? Judgment, this judgment that comes down,
Again, my answer would be yes. Yes,
Yeah.
I do.
Yeah, no, I need every freaking penny. You know why? Because I'm going to buy a bunch of, really expensive stuff and then I'm going to throw it away. I mean, it's no one's business what you do with the money, right? But they've got this socialist mentality that is so strong, has been so indoctrinated into the minds of the public of the greater good is the public, and I guess back in the day on a small island, you would have that kind of mentality. You would have that, hey, everyone's got to come together. Everyone's got to help each other out kind of thing. I mean, it makes sense, right? But we're not there anymore, right? So if someone wants to make 30 million or $30 billion in New Zealand, who is it that has the stick firmly wedged up their backside that says, oh, no, you don't need that money. You don't need that much money. You know what I mean? It's just weird. It's weird.
Well, that's when you look to your political parties and see how much money they have, They're the ones with all the money, and you should ask them, do you really need all that money?
Yeah,
No,
yeah,
you don't need
yeah,
all that money.
yeah,
Oh, you
exactly.
do need that money. Then why are you up on my ass when I win the lottery? Get away from
Mm,
me.
mm. Well, the one thing they do not have here, well, they do, but they don't. It's like the marijuana thing. You know, they don't have legalized marijuana, but they do have legalized marijuana. They don't have capital gains tax, but they do have capital gains tax. You know what I mean? It's it's
Yeah.
it's one of those kind of things that we're in. And so they do have like a capital gains tax. The capital gains tax is placed in various different ways. Like if you buy a property, you can't sell it for a particular amount of time. Like you can't flip houses here, right? Which is just, I know, it's just madness to me because the property market here in New Zealand is off the charts. Like it's off the charts whenever it comes to owning property, right? It's very expensive, very, very expensive to own property here. And they turn around and they go, okay, well, if you buy the property, you have to hold on to it for a certain amount of time. Otherwise, you have to pay your capital gains tax on it. You know what I mean? And it's like, are you kidding me? It is just a way to steal money out of your pocket. And unfortunately, there's so many people that don't really understand that that's what's happening, that they just think, well, that's just the rules. I guess that's just the way we're going to do it. You know what I mean? So there's a lot of things that they put into place that are just under the radar, kind of underhanded kind of stuff. So
Do they have something called an intangible tax there?
if they do, I'm not paying it.
Well, they
Maybe.
have that here. It's called an intangible tax. And that was mentioned when I bought my house, and this much for an intangible tax. I'm like, wait, what? What is it? It's an intangible tax. What is that? A tax on nothing? And they never really could explain it to me what an intangible tax was. But it's there when you buy your house, and it's thousands of dollars. And I'm like, what the crap? It's a tax on nothing.
Yeah. Hey, we have someone that said a mouse has brought them to our chat feed. You see that pop up?
Hey, wait,
Welcome to the feed.
where?
Oh, you know what I'll do? You know what? Here, I'm gonna make it so you can't see that. Hang on. Hang on. Hang on.
There's no mouse,
I'm
there's
gonna-
no cheese. There's nothing.
Says my mouse brought me here. Yan Kiwi. Thank you, Yan Kiwi, for coming in, and I'm
Where-
glad. Give your mouse some cheese. Welcome to the program.
Feed that mouse.
Yeah, feed that mouse. Feed that sucker.
Okay, where do I need to be to see that? 'Cause
All right, I'm handling it now. Keep going. Keep telling me about your thing while I give you some eyeballs.
I want some cheese.
No, you got to tell us about your intangible tax.
No, that was it. It's an intangible tax. It's a
Oh.
tax on nothing. And
Huh.
and nobody could ever tell me what that was. And it's like, why am I paying a tax on nothing?
Wow.
But yes, it's an intangible tax.
Oh,
They're on
okay.
when you buy your house. Yeah,
All right.
it's fun
So-
little stuff like that.
So there you go. You should be able to see my screen now, there, Jilly.
Okay. Oh, ooh, hey.
I know. See, that's what I look at all the time. See, now you're seeing what I
That's
see.
cool.
Now off to the right
I know,
there.
because now I'm not so confused anymore. It's like, I'm not seeing that. What do you see? Where is that? And people are going, what the crap? Is she stupid?
Yeah.
No, I'm not seeing what he's
You're
seeing.
not seeing what I'm seeing. So just to explain to Jill, I mean, a lot of people out there aren't seeing this. But what you're seeing is, you see to the left, you're seeing my pre-screen. You're seeing on the right, that's the live screen. So that's you and me there. And see, the chat came through. It says,
I don't.
I know you
see
guys
it.
from Twitter.
Right.
You'll have to guess my username there. Oh, come on. No. Yan Kiwi, the only way we're going to guess your username there is if you call the line and you come play You Can't Win.
Oh, no. Oh,
Oh, come on. We got to play You Can't Win.
God. You,
We
you
gotta.
can't win. I beat you. How many
No,
times did I beat
no. I eventually got it. You just had really obscure answers. I wound up getting it.
Well,
you're like trying to make it like, oh, like the name of the game isn't I can't win. The name of the game is you can't win. You got to follow my rules. So the
well,
way,
you didn't. You
oh
didn't
no, you know
specify.
what? I can't play that today. We can't play that today because we're doing open lines.
Oh, well, that's true.
All right. So apparently, Yen Kiwi is saying that you're more likely to work out who's in our chat room. We have a mystery chat room. Yeah, apparently. Says
Oh,
Jill's more likely to work it out. Yen Kiwi.
Yan Kiwi.
Yan Kiwi. Sounds
I
very like.
still can't see that chat. Where is it?
You see, it's happening
Do I
right
need
there. No, it's happening right there. See the pre-screen? See the pre-screen?
Uh-huh.
Okay, it shows up in the middle between us. You know what you can do? If you open up a separate browser, right?
Yeah.
And just mute it, and then just watch the feed. You can see the messages show up there. I see everything on this side because I'm sitting at the control room. Right.
You have the power.
I do, but it's a little much because there's a lot going on, and this is the first time we're doing open lines tonight. Tonight. And we have our board operator on standby to take the calls. And the way this is going to work is that you call in, they're going to ask you what your name is and what it is you want to talk about. Pretty much. And if you just say, I just want to talk, that's fine. Now, if we have a caller on the line or we just not patching it through, the board operator is going to put you on hold. And then they're going to try to get you in again. And if that doesn't happen, leave a message. And if you want to leave your number, you can. But you don't have to. You can just comment. So that's how it's going. We're just testing out the open lines system here today. So, we'll just see how it goes. Yeah. So Young Kiwi. All right. So going back to the tax thing. So I don't know how the taxes work, and I don't know how the lottery works. How's that for being informed? I have no idea how it's going to work. So maybe someone out there
You're right
can
up
fill
there
us
with
in.
me. So hey.
Well, I mean, everyone has a different opinion on it. Everyone says, "Oh no, it goes here," or "Oh no, it goes there," or "It's a good thing." Others say it's a bad thing. So you can't get a straight answer out of anything. But
Sounds like where I used to work.
Yeah, and I don't care enough to look it up. I mean, is that bad? I mean, I don't care enough to look it up. It's just like, well, I don't know. It's just one of those mysteries. We all need mysteries in our life. With the internet, you have everything at your fingertips. It's good to have a little mystery in your life. You know what I mean? But yeah, I still think they should roll it over and let people win as much money as they want. Quite frankly, why not?
I agree with that.
Why not?
I definitely agree with that.
I mean, hey, you may not need it, but your future kids may, Maybe you have a retarded kid, right? And he's not little Johnny isn't going to do very well in the future, right? Because of the fact that he wears dresses and thinks he has a vagina, right? So he's not going to do very well in the future, right? He's going to wind up in court after internationally embarrassing an entire country by doing an international incident, and the weak judges are just going to let him walk. So he may need the money in the future to keep him in dresses and high heels and keep him going to the K Road clubs. You never know.
Wow. Well, that escalated fast.
Yeah, well, that's a reference to the Eli dude that poured tomato sauce juice all over Posey Parker. Well, this past week he I will never say she because he's not a she, was convicted and let off basically.
Right.
Because the judge considered he had so much. He's suffered enough. Like seriously, the guy that bashed the elderly woman got off. The dress wearing dude that threw tomato juice all over somebody, international speaker, international news, embarrassed New Zealand, let off. Right. So in Australia, one of the reasons why I think that I was targeted with inside of Twitter X. I'm gonna say inside of Twitter because I do think there's some. I still think there's some rogue people inside of Twitter that are controlling the community standards group.
Yeah.
Again, I'll get into more of that a little bit later. And I'll tell you what our findings were. So it just says that if you wear a dress and you think you're a girl or you say you're a girl, you can get away with anything. You can knock people out of sports. You can walk into women's bathrooms. You can get out of crimes. You can do anything you want. You can do anything you want. That's the message. That's the precedent that's been sent. Right? And this is the thing that these moronic left-wing judges are doing inside of the courts in New Zealand is that they're letting these guys off. Right? But a guy puts paint over a rainbow crosswalk that's illegal because it doesn't fit the standards of crosswalks according to the law, and he gets a $19,000 fine.
Yeah.
So what are you gonna do?
Yeah, it's insane. The lunatics are running the asylum.
Yeah, well, pretty much. Yeah, pretty much. And this is an ideology that's just going to keep getting worse and worse and worse. It's not going to get better. It's not. It's gonna mutate. It's gonna transform into something even worse, guaranteed, because it always has. It's a slippery slope, and that's the point that everyone's been making for so long. That you can't just keep letting men invade. I mean, all the women's right, and this is what really gets me is the feminists, right? The women's rights advocates out there are like the really hardcore leftist ones. No, the really hardcore leftist ones, they are supporting it. They're supporting it.
They just hate men in general, I think. But the truth
unless you're wearing a dress,
like they're quiet. They're just silent on the subject, and it's like, why are you okay with men putting on a dress and pretending they're women and coming into women's sports and women's spaces and women's bathrooms? Why are you okay with that?
Yeah.
Why is anybody okay with that?
It makes no sense. It makes no sense. But hey, we don't live in a world of sense. Yeah. See, did you see the chat come in?
I can't see the chat. I cannot see it.
Too small. You got your glasses on?
Dude.
I feel like a remote just got tossed at me.
It did. Did you feel
Dude.
it?
felt like this.
Sharp, pointy thing go flying past your yeah.
It's like your mental powers are phenomenal. It's like I felt that psychic moment.
If you look over there by your bonsai tree, you'll see it.
Yeah, right. Yeah, knock the bonsai tree right off the shelf, right? It says it won't get better until enough people reject it, and that's true. That's true. But you know what? It's really, really interesting that there's an enormous amount of people out there rejecting it, and the minority that control everything are holding them at bay. They're the dam. They're the dam. The damn. And you know.
Damn. Where's the damn bait? Sorry, I had a
Yan Kiwi says you're a long ways away. Got to get you some binoculars. I don't think you have another remote, and you don't know who to throw it at yet because you haven't figured out who Yan Kiwi is.
I don't know. Does he have something to do with a little owl?
I don't know. Do you have anything to do with a little owl, Yan Kiwi? It's the message from JLTM. Why am I repeating it? They can hear you.
I want to see it. I can't see it. That makes me mad.
Well, like I said, open up another browser.
I did.
You gotta.
I cannot see.
Oh, it's still too small. Okay. All right. Well, you know what? If you go to YouTube, go to our YouTube channel.
Okay. I'm gonna have 9 million.
Actually, you know what? I can do that. I can do that for you. Hang on. Allow moi. or do you have it? Do you have
I
it?
got the link right here. Yeah.
Okay. All right. There you go.
Let's see. Underground Daily 2.
Guilty expression.
Oh, is that what he said?
Yeah.
I know who it is.
Oh. He says the person says it sends you a hint on X.
Oh. Okay, wait. Oh, I can see the chat now.
Hey, Eric McRae has just joined us. What's crazy to me is that you haven't had your account restored. Yeah.
Let me go over to X, Jan.
Yes. All right. I think I'm going to have to get into it because Eric McRae has just pointed out. Eric has pointed out the obvious.
Okay, Jan, I know who you are.
Do you? You know who it is
Welcome
now?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Now all right. We're settling in here. All right. Well, we're coming to the bottom of the hour. So I think after the bottom of the hour, I'll get into the details of what happened with the suspension and how
Inquiring minds want to know.
Yeah, it's interesting to say the least. And I'm not too worried about it. I'm actually kind of well, some parts of it I can't tell you about, but it is quite interesting. And some of the details that I found out in Wellington when I was there about what's going on in New Zealand, what's going on inside of the government, the police, and the treasury is interesting.
Oh.
Yes. Yeah, it's interesting. And I think we're going to have to, get into all that after the break. Unfortunately, because we're at the bottom. We're going to start doing the bottom of the hour breaks, and that's
okay.
Basically
That's cool. Yeah.
What we're doing.
Yeah, that's good.
But when we come back, I will talk about the suspension. I will talk about how it took place because you were with me as it happened, Jill.
Yes.
Yeah.
It was so. That was insanity.
And
I was like, wait, what?
And I shrugged my shoulder. Yeah, I shrugged my shoulders too because come on, this is just one of those things. It's one of those things again, right? They do that all the time. You get suspended for this, you appeal, blah, 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 you're back again, right? Very simple, it's a very simple process. Someone, because this mass reporting thing that they've been doing is alive and well again, especially around election season. Anything when it comes to election season, if they see dissenting voices or sharing stuff that they want shut down, they in the discords, especially the Antifa discords, they do mass reporting. If they target you, let me tell you something. This is why you constantly have to make sure that you're not on a list. Check to see what lists you're on, and once you're on a list, if you block the list, because that's what those lists are for. They do these mass reportings, right? So we'll get into that when we come back. So I'm going to put you in a holding pattern, Jill, right over there, just like that. And whoa, geez, I don't know what kind of it must be the Florida. It must be the Florida air conditioning that we can hear, because all of a sudden I put Jill in the holding pattern, and that white noise went away. A mover and a shaker. All right, so we're gonna take a quick break, and when we come back, we'll get into my suspension stuff. And it's a doozy. Let me tell you that. It is an absolute doozy what has taken place and where we're at and why I'm being relaxed about it. Okay? So stick around. This is the Underground Daily. I'm your host, Captain Jack. We'll be back after this.
Stay tuned. We will be right back.
It's all the same. Only the names will change. Every day, it seems we're wasting away. Another place where the faces are so cold. I drive
Graham told ABC's This Week the vice president has been like a wrecking ball to Israel. He condemned Harris for failing to challenge those in her own party who accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza. He also took issue with her absence from an address by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in July to a joint session of Congress. Graham says it's clear she boycotted the address, quote, sending the signal to Hamas and Iran that America really doesn't have Israel's back. Bob Agnew reports.
What do you want, David Excel?
The creamy mayo XL? It's the same, but XL.
XL flame grilled beef, XL cheese, XL creamy mayo, and XL all the other stuff. BK's new creamy mayo XL.
The point for Hamas is mass civilian deaths in Gaza.
Habib Reddick Gur tells the Salem Radio Network that's why Hamas built some 500 miles of tunnels directly beneath cities.
To force a war that cuts through cities and then carried out October 7 to leave the Israelis no choice.
As for civilian casualties, Gur says captured documents show Hamas leadership is actually disappointed
that the death toll in Gaza isn't vastly higher.
Bob Agnew reports.
I'll be here to hear what's on your mind.
As an adult, kids want to know you're listening to them, but they also want to listen to you. When it comes to alcohol, they want to know your expectations and how and why to avoid underage drinking. Talking early and often about it in everyday conversations reinforces your message and keeps lines of communication open. For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I'll be by your side.
Hey, small spender. You don't wait for rainy days to save, do ya? Spreading your dosh like sunblock. Swimming in savings, bathing in bargains. Slip, slop, save. Yes, Barbie Queen. Throw another bargain on the Barbie. Make a splash for less cash. Pluck out specials. Trim down costs. Yeah, you get out there in budget. Forget 5 stars. You've got way more than that. The Warehouse, where everyone gets a bargain.
What had been strong momentum by Republicans was, at least temporarily, interrupted by a bump in enthusiasm for Democrats following their party's recent convention and the nomination of Kamala Harris for president. Still, real-time election data tracker Decision Desk HQ gives the GOP a 70% chance of regaining the Senate majority. A key factor in Montana will be by how large a margin Donald Trump can prevail over Kamala Harris. The bigger Trump's margin, analysts say, the better the chances for GOP Senate candidate Tim Sheehy. Bob Agnew reporting.
Over a year, your roof puts up with a lot. Problem is, it all ends up here and here, creating problems you really don't need. Solve all this by calling us, Gutter Solutions, for advice and installation that will stand the test of time.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The timeline raises the chances this could be a potent political issue in the closely contested race. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration has set a hearing date to take comment on the proposed historic change in federal drug policy for December 2nd. The hearing date means a final decision could come well into the next administration. That could put a new spotlight on former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris's position on marijuana.
Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman, and you could save on electricity costs. The more stars, the more energy savings. If you own an older 2-star appliance, the latest technology makes new appliances far more energy efficient. See how much you could save. Find the perfect appliance for your needs. Talk to our knowledgeable staff in store. The more stars, the more energy savings. Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman now.
The fine centers on Clearview AI's creation of what the agency called an illegal database of billions of photos of faces. The Netherlands Data Protection Agency also warned Dutch companies that using Clearview's services is also banned. The data agency said that Clearview, quote, has not objected to this decision and is therefore unable to appeal against the fine.
A new Inspector General report shows the president moved ahead with construction despite being warned by U.S. staff it would fail as a result of rough seas and other logistical problems. Despite the warnings, Biden insisted the structure be built, an apparent effort to follow through on the promise he made during his State of the Union speech. The warnings, however, proved to be well-founded. The pier survived only 20 days and delivered just a third of its intended cargo. Humanitarian groups pulled out due to the ongoing threat of Hamas terrorist attacks. Bob Agnew reports.
Wrap me in a bolt of lightning, send me on my way still smiling. Maybe that's the way I should go, straight into the mouth of the unknown. I left the spare key on the table, I never really thought I'd be able to say I merely visit on the weekends. I lost my whole life in a different.
And now, once again, your host, Captain Jack.
I would change my ways, no, never mind. God knows I've tried.
This has been my theme song for a long, long time.
Call me a favorite, call me the worst. Tell me it's over, I don't want you to hurt. It's all that I can say, so I'll be on my way.
Welcome back, everybody. This is the Underground Daily. I'm your host, Captain Jack. Phone lines are definitely open. 09 888 8042. 888 8042. All right. Let's just kick it off right off the bat. Kiwi Yon sitting in the chat room. We got Eric McRae in the chat room. It's very quiet Wednesday afternoon, which is understandable because I got suspended. But Kiwi Yon says, with all these recent judgments, set a precedent has been set. Now, 500 real men in New Zealand need to put on a dress, go out to trans events, and do the same sort of thing that they did at the. Yeah, I totally agree, and so does Jill. Let's get Jill back in here. Jill, you back with us?
I am. Can
Welcome,
you hear
welcome.
me?
No, I can. We got this music playing in the background. I'm just going to play it because I love this song. This has always been one of my theme songs. Oh, man. Call me. 09 888 8042 is the number to call. I'm going to be watching the phone line system that is out of my peripheral vision. I should move everything to the left. So if my board operator starts calling me with calls, I'm going to miss them. I just know I'm going to miss them. I'm going to try not to miss them. I don't think anyone's going to call them. To be fair. Oh, anyone's going to call. I'm like, frick that. I'm not going to call that weirdo. I was hoping that I'd get some. Oh, man. I was hoping I was going to get some hate callers. That would have been great. You know? Nothing like hate mail. All right. I said that I would get into why I got suspended, so let's get on to it, shall we? All right. Yeah. So here's what happened. So just over a week ago, a little longer than that. It's been a little bit longer than that. It's almost been 2 weeks. Yeah. Jeez. Okay. So about 2 weeks ago was a Saturday. Was it Saturday that we were? Yeah. It was Saturday. A Saturday. Yeah. Yeah. So I was talking to Jill on X through Messenger, back and forth. And suddenly I got this message saying that I was suspended for spam. And I thought, oh, it's one of those again, no big deal. I mean, you heard my attitude towards it. I was like, whatever. It happens sometimes, But the thing that made this different was my password was changed.
Was it?
Yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
So I've got video that I've created because we're putting together a little video entry that we're sending to Elon Musk, because here's where it went weird. It went to changing my password so I couldn't log into my account to file an appeal. And whenever you do a can't log in, change my password request from X, it sends you the code, You got to punch in, right? Like I tried texting to my phone number, right? Said, okay, here's my phone number. It's like 2 ways to get your code, either your email or your phone. So I did phone first, and I sat there and waited and waited and waited and waited and waited, and nothing came through on my phone. So I thought, well, that's weird. So I did it to my email. It came through to my email. So I copied the code, put it into the requirement. It gave me the option to change the password. I changed the password so I could log into my account. Whenever I hit enter, it says, oops, something went wrong. Try again later. And I'm like, what? And I've tried this several different ways. I've contacted X support. And the response that I got back from X support is, you still have access to your account, because I had to do it under my account's been hacked. That's the only thing that I can think of is my account's been hacked. It says, you have access to your account. We're closing this ticket. And I went, well, I don't have access to this account. I do not have access to this account. So I've tried it again and tried it again. And then I even sent them screenshots, and they just kept closing the ticket. And I thought, what's going on here? How does my email, or how does my X password get changed, right? Unless it's been hacked, and then they're saying no, you haven't been hacked. Like, okay, something's not right here, right? So we went back and forth, and they came back and they said, okay, they gave me a new link, and they said file through this or try through this to regain access to your account. So I went through their process to gain access, and again, gives me the ability to change my password. Change the password. Hit submit. Pops up. Page broken. Page is broken on X's side. So something has been done inside of X, directed specifically at me, that doesn't allow me to reset my password so I can do an appeal. And this is what led up to this before Saturday, because we had the reading of the Giggle versus Tickle in Australia. I was in a Spaces with Mary Kate Delaney from Listen to Trans People. Her, me, a bunch of other people were in this thing, and I was one of the speakers there. And I waited till the end after everything, and I said, they brought me on and everything, and I said, look, this is absolutely horrific. We've been going through this stuff in New Zealand as well, as you've seen with Posey Parker, the punching women in the face. They've all been let off in court. We suspect that the Tomato Boy is going to be let off soon too. So all of you have an open door invitation. If any time any of you want to come onto my program and talk about this and push back against trans ideology, you're more than welcome to do. I think I don't know how many people were in there. There was a lot of people in that chat room, an enormous amount of people in that chat room. Lots of trans people were in that chat room. And that's when it happened. That's when it hit. So I don't know. I feel as if, though, because this happened on the WPRT radio account many, 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 many years ago, back in 2016.
Right.
It was mentioned that there was only 2 genders, and the Twitter Nazis at that time that were in control shut that account down. The account that I'm transmitting, which is the Underground network right now, the Underground Media Network, they shut that account down, and it was dead, done. Several thousand appeals were all rejected. Same exact thing is happening again. So I believe that quite possibly inside of X, there are still these individuals, and they decided that what I said and what I'm doing isn't something that I should be doing, and they shut me down and changed my password. I'm completely locked out of the account. So I've got lawyers involved now, because that's what you do, right? I got to contact at X, filing the paperwork, sending it through. So It says there's limitless money behind the trans movement. WEF Gates funded. Yeah. No, that's absolutely true. There's a program that we put together about stakeholders, stakeholder capitalism. In fact, it's something you may want to look into. Stakeholder capitalism is something that the World Economic Forum is rolling out across the world. It's a version of capitalism based off of the Chinese model. But basically, it puts individual stakeholders, people like Kamala Harris, Joe Biden, Zelensky, those fuckwits in the UK that are running that place right now. It puts these leftist, liberal, progressive, Marxist people in charge of regions of the world. This is the government. This is the global government they've been pushing for. But they have had a hard time trying to balance the draconian dictatorship of socialism and communism with capitalism. And they feel as if though the Chinese have found a good balance with it all, because the Chinese people are so indoctrinated. We've had Chinese students stay with us in the past, right? And talking to them about Mao is night and day, right? We talk to them about Mao and like the atrocities that Mao created and the dangers of communism. And they just don't get it. They go, what are you talking about? No, this is just the rules. This is just the law. This is just it. It's really messed up. And whenever I really started diving into it with these kids and telling them what was really going on and how it works and showing them the proof, stuff that they don't normally get to see because of the fact that the Chinese government filters that kind of thing out, they were really taken back. They didn't know what to think of that. Not long after that, the parents had them moved. This is many, 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 many years ago. But that's what's going on in the background. This is what's happening. This stakeholder capitalism is coming in. And unfortunately, the bald-headed egg that we elected as prime minister here in New Zealand, he's one of them. He's a stakeholder dude, man, all the way. So there you have it.
When are the people going to say enough? Enough.
Well, they have been, but the people are saying enough. And throughout history, whenever it comes to this stuff, they've all said it's enough. It's enough. And usually those are the ones that are put up against the wall and shot first.
Right.
Those are the ones throughout history have always been the one. Yan Kiwi says the UK has fallen. New Zealand is close and still could. We need to get rid of the lab of both Labor and Nat. Without Trump winning, the West is gone. Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
if Trump
that's true.
If Trump doesn't take this,
the fix is in already.
Here's the thing: is the way that the political structure of the United States is designed. Oh man, we're already getting to the top of the hour. Is designed is to be a generational thing, right?
Right.
You have generations that are influenced to move power. So the children being born now is what the labor governments and the world globalists basically focus on. They focus on the little kids right now, the 5 years old, the 6-year-olds, influencing them, getting them trained, getting them programmed to vote for them to be in power, to give this illusion of democracy, to make them think that they wanted that person. That's what it is. Trump has gone against all of that kind of political methodology that has been put out to the American public for the past, 100 years, I would say. Easily 100 years. I mean, it used to be about electing the person that everyone wanted and resonated the most and thought they'd be the best for the country. But they figured out a formula like, the general public are stupid. As long as we do it an American Idol kind of way, whoever's popular. That's why they always talk about the popular vote. Oh, who's popular? They don't even know what they're voting for. I'm sure Hitler was popular. They didn't know what they were voting for, and look how that turned out. That's usually how it works out. You have to vote on policy. None of them vote on policy. Not a single person knows anything about policy. So,
Well, that would require some investigative work and rub those two brain cells together and figure it out.
yeah.
Figure it out on your own.
Yeah.
They don't want to figure it out on their own. They want to be
No.
told what to do, and that's why we're in the place where we are today,
Well,
where
this-
we should never be.
This is why whenever you see these big groups, these Palestinian groups that get together and they're out there protesting, they want to protest all day long. They want to hold up their signs. They want to tell the world exactly, oh, the genocide. But whenever you walk up and ask them, I want to ask them questions and say, okay, well, tell me about this. Let me ask you some questions and educate people. You know what they say? I'm not supposed to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you. We don't want to talk to you. The reason why they don't want to talk to anybody because they don't fucking know what the hell they're talking about, plain and simple. They don't know a fucking thing. They're just out there waving their signs. They know about a fucking fraction of the shit that they're talking about. They don't fucking know about anything else. They really don't. They have no idea.
$45 to stand out and hold a sign here.
Yeah.
There's enough
Yeah.
for your
Yeah.
grab yourself a burger when you're done,
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they showed during the Harris campaigns, right? There were the fucking rallies and shit. All the people that were being bussed in. And they're going, the people are going, oh, yeah, I got paid this much money. And, they put us up in hotels and shit. They bust them in from fucking everywhere. It's all a fucking illusion. And these people that are playing along with this shit are just stupid. They're just, they're no different than, cows are better. You think cows are dumb, just sitting in a field chewing curd and, just doing their thing? No. These people are no different. They don't know anything whenever it comes to policies or foreign policy, for example, or geopolitics. You got people like John Mento. He's here, Mento, whatever the hell his name is, here in New Zealand. It's out there. He's just selling T-shirts, flags, and banners, and having a good time getting people together to protest and get some media attention. That's all he's doing. It's just feeding his ego and his pocketbook. And these idiots are lining up, going, "Oh, I'm going to help with that." Where do I sign up? You know what I mean? It's like, jeez. Maybe it's time that the particular species ends. Maybe it's time we do a big reset. I don't know.
No.
No, you don't want to do a big reset?
No.
Oh, come on. Bring on the Walking Dead world. All right.
Well, I am pretty good at headshots, so.
Oh, you've been practicing, have you?
Yeah, I shot the head off the target.
Oh, right. You've been going to the gun range, have you?
Yeah, I have. Yes.
Ah, good girl. Nice. All right. Good. And so, come on, tell me more. Tell me a story.
No, there's no story. There's just a little paper dude hanging up there, and he has no head now.
Oh, okay. Were you point blank or were you at a range?
Oh, no, that was, however far they sent it out there, and they brought him back. He had no heart and no head.
Yeah.
So I'm good.
All right. Well, there you go.
So break into my house.
Oh, no. You can put a sign out there. See, nail on a sign in the front yard. I leave my door open, and then with a picture of a gun on it.
Or just hang the target out on the front door. You can break in, but check this out first.
Did you ever see the movie Book of Eli?
No, it's scary. I don't like scary movies.
Oh, come on. It's got Denzel Washington in it.
I do like Denzel now.
It's not scary.
It's scary. I can't do scary.
It's what? Why do you? Wait. What are you thinking of?
It's just scary. I don't like it.
Are you? But oh, you mean like the end of the world, like Mad Max world is scary to you?
No, Mad Max I can watch. This is like real scary stuff. I don't like watching that.
Do you know what it's about?
Yeah, he's like a prophet or a preacher or something, right?
He's just a dude walking across the land trying to get the last Bible to where it needs to go.
Oh, well, that's not what I saw then.
Yeah. Now you gotta watch Book of Eli. And the reason why I say, and it's not because of this main story of the apocalypse or the mentality of the people and anything. That's not even why I brought it up. Why I brought it up is because there's this old couple that live out in the middle of nowhere, and the people come up and they knock. They come up and they knock on the door. I'm giving a spoiler away. They come up and they knock on the door, and before they're sitting there knocking on the door of the house, and where the people are standing at the door is a trap door, and it opens up and they fall into a pit, and this door opens up and two old people come out and they got guns pointed at the people in the pit. I want one of those. That's why I brought up the Book of Eli. It has nothing to do with the scary stuff. It all has to do with the booby trap.
Well, I'm surprised you don't already have one of those. I mean, I'm just saying.
Shh. I may or may not. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, come on. Who doesn't want a booby trap at their door? Right? Guys are like trying to kick in your door. You just hit a button and they fall into a pit.
Yeah, I would
Come
like
on.
that. I would totally be up for that. Absolutely.
How great would that be?
Let's do it.
Oh man, I'm gonna get WPRT radio banned. I just know it.
Why? Because we want a trap door at our doorstep? That's awesome.
Yeah. Well, isn't it just? I mean, just a little bit. I don't know. Yan Kiwi says Trump 25 to Yan Kiwi says Trump 25 to 28. RFK Jr. next. Probably the next way forward. Yeah, I don't know.
Maybe Vance would be, because that's why he picked Vance, for the young people. He wants the new blood coming in. And our Bobby Kennedy, he's what, 70? So
yeah.
I mean,
Well,
he's younger than the carcasses currently sitting in Congress, but I don't know. I don't know if Bobby would. He might, but I think Vance would be the next one up, and I don't know if those two would work well together as far as that goes. I mean,
Yeah, you don't think so?
I don't know. And I think Bobby wants to be president, so.
Well, he does. Well, basically, I mean, he said something that was quite interesting. He said that what he wants to do is he wants to fix the problems in the country, and that's why he ran for president. And this is his only shot. Because of his age, this is his only time to do it, right? His only chance to do it, his only opportunity. If he misses this one, he's out, right?
Yeah.
But the fact that the Democrats changed the entire structure of how you vote for a candidate, it's yeah, exactly.
They installed her.
Exactly. It's just another encroachment into dictatorship and communism, that the criminals are running the show. The criminals have been running the show ever since Clinton was in there. Ever since Clinton got in, the criminals have been running free, right?
Yeah.
George Bush got in there on a fluke. He wasn't supposed to get in, and he knew it. But the Republicans took the opportunity. I mean, the fix was in. It was supposed to be Clinton, Bush, then Obama twice, or no, sorry, it's supposed to be Clinton, Gore twice, then Obama twice, then Hillary twice. That was the plan. And it just happened that Florida kind of screwed things up because the Republicans decided to do the hanging chads. The hanging chads, whatever the hell that means. That caused him to get in, but he was the one that was supposed to take the fall. Just like John McCain took the fall for Obama, just like Mitt Romney took the fall for Obama. Both those rhinos. I mean, I was there for the elections. I covered them live during the time. You can hear the election campaigns in my old archive news, right?
Right.
So I know this inside and out, exactly what John McCain and Mitt Romney did. They didn't even try. They paved the way for Obama. And that's exactly what Bush was supposed to do for Gore, but he fought a little too hard. And the powerhouse of Bush decided, let's just take it. So they took it and went with everything that was had planned. It wasn't until Trump that it all went to hell, and we're at the top of the hour, so I have to take a break. So I'm going to put you in a holding pattern. And we'll be back right after the news and these messages. Phone lines are open if you want to give them a try. I don't know how many of you are out there. I don't really care about listenership or how many people are out there, but the phone lines are open. 09 888 8042. We'll be back after this.
Hold tight. We will be getting back to Jack after these messages.
Graham told ABC's This Week the vice president has been like a wrecking ball to Israel. He condemned Harris for failing to challenge those in her own party who accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza. He also took issue with her absence from an address by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in July to a joint session of Congress. Graham says it's clear she boycotted the address, quote, sending the signal to Hamas and Iran that America really doesn't have Israel's back. Bob Agnew reports.
What do you want, David XL?
The creamy mayo XL? It's the same, but XL.
XL flame grilled beef, XL cheese, XL creamy mayo, and XL all the other stuff. BK's new creamy mayo XL.
The point for Hamas is mass civilian deaths in Gaza.
Habib Reddick Gur tells the Salem Radio Network that's why Hamas built some 500 miles of tunnels directly beneath cities.
To force a war that cuts through cities and then carried out October 7 to leave the Israelis no choice.
As for civilian casualties, Gur says captured documents show Hamas leadership is actually disappointed
that the death toll in Gaza isn't vastly higher.
Bob Agnew reports.
I'll be here to hear what's on your mind.
As an adult, kids want to know you're listening to them, but they also want to listen to you. When it comes to alcohol, they want to know your expectations and how and why to avoid underage drinking. Talking early and often about it in everyday conversations reinforces your message and keeps lines of communication open. For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
I'll be by your side.
Hey, small spender. You don't wait for rainy days to save, do ya? Spreading your dosh like sunblock. Swimming in savings, bathing in bargains. Slip, slop, save. Yes, Barbie Queen. Throw another bargain on the Barbie. Make a splash for less cash. Pluck out specials. Trim down costs. Yeah, you get out there in budget. Forget 5 stars. You've got way more than that. The Warehouse, where everyone gets a bargain.
What had been strong momentum by Republicans was, at least temporarily, interrupted by a bump in enthusiasm for Democrats following their party's recent convention and the nomination of Kamala Harris for president. Still, real-time election data tracker Decision Desk HQ gives the GOP a 70% chance of regaining the Senate majority. A key factor in Montana will be by how large a margin Donald Trump can prevail over Kamala Harris. The bigger Trump's margin, analysts say, the better the chances for GOP Senate candidate Tim Sheehy. Bob Agnew reporting.
Over a year, your roof puts up with a lot. Problem is it all ends up here and here, creating problems you really don't need. Solve all this by calling us, Gutter Solutions, for advice and installation that will stand the test of time.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The timeline raises the chances this could be a potent political issue in the closely contested race. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration has set a hearing date to take comment on the proposed historic change in federal drug policy for December 2nd. The hearing date means a final decision could come well into the next administration. That could put a new spotlight on former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris's position on marijuana.
Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman, and you could save on electricity costs. The more stars, the more energy savings. If you own an older 2-star appliance, the latest technology makes new appliances far more energy efficient. See how much you could save. Find the perfect appliance for your needs. Talk to our knowledgeable staff in-store. The more stars, the more energy savings. Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman now.
The fine centers on Clearview AI's creation of what the agency called an illegal database of billions of photos of faces. The Netherlands Data Protection Agency also warned Dutch companies that using Clearview's services is also banned. The data agency said that Clearview, quote, has not objected to this decision and is therefore unable to appeal against the fine.
A new Inspector General report shows the president moved ahead with construction despite being warned by U.S. staff it would fail as a result of rough seas and other logistical problems. Despite the warnings, Biden insisted the structure be built, an apparent effort to follow through on the promise he made during his State of the Union speech. The warnings, however, proved to be well-founded. The pier survived only 20 days and delivered just a third of its intended cargo. Humanitarian groups pulled out due to the ongoing threat of Hamas terrorist attacks. Bob Agnew reports.
It was a beautiful day, sun beat down. I had the radio on, I was driving. Trees went by, me and Del were singing Little Runaway. I was flying, yeah, running down a dream that never would come to me. Working on a mystery, going wherever it leads. Running down a dream. I felt so good, like anything was possible. Hit cruise control and rub my eyes. The last 3 days, and the rain was unstoppable. It was always cold, no sunshine. Yeah, running down a dream that never would come.
And now, once again, your host, Captain Jack.
Welcome back, everybody. I am your host, and it is the Underground Daily. I am here on this beautiful Wednesday. Let's get Jill back into the fold. Jill, you back with us?
I am here.
Welcome back. Now, I understand you're having some network problems over there. You can't get into YouTube. You can't get into X. You can't get, you're a little stuck right now, but hey, we got you here, so welcome.
I think my computer's like in a kind of a half update thingy going on here. I don't know.
Well,
Always. So I may go away because it might just decide to reboot itself, and
maybe.
there we go.
Maybe. Well, it's unfortunate you couldn't get into the YouTube channel, but listen, our website is getting slammed right now. David sent me a message. Yeah, David sent me a message here just before the break, which I didn't see until now. I saw at the break. Says that the ever since my account's been suspended, everyone's been shifted over to the website. So everyone's watching on the website right now, which you can do. If you go to the undergrounddaily.com, it is live there as well. And that was the point of the Underground Daily, and of course the Underground Media Network, is because, you know, anybody can get suspended from any platform at any particular time, anytime they want, and the same thing could happen to me that could happen to those out there. And everyone kind of knows that, and they all shifted to the website. They used to watch me on X, and now they're all watching on the website. So it looks like I'm going to have to add a chat to the website. So the undergrounddaily.com. I know that we've been being hit with an enormous amount of hack attempts, which I
Oh, really?
yeah. Well, I would always repost the stuff that David would send over to me. He would send over the reports, the security reports of all the IP addresses and things that were blocked of trying to hack the website. Because it's a constant thing, right? This is the social digital war that is going on, and we're all soldiers in our own right, quite frankly. So he just said that since I'd gone to air at noon, the website traffic has gone through the roof.
Fantastic. Thank you, everybody.
Yeah, exactly. And if you want to shoot over to YouTube or something and watch us on there. I know that YouTube is hiding our algorithms or the algorithm is hiding us on YouTube. The reason being is because we play music, and so their copyright stuff jumps all over us. But we have license to play this stuff. So, and we've submitted it to YouTube, but YouTube don't like what we say. So we're just going to continue on. I mean, this is why it's called the Underground Daily, is because all that stuff that normal people operate in, right? Everyone's living life here. We live up here, right?
Right.
So, I'd rather view away from YouTube. YouTube is not our friend. Yeah, exactly. It's not our friend. You can also find us on Rumble.
Oh, yes, that was my.
Yeah, you can find us on Rumble. I'll send it over to you, Jill, because obviously I would put it out on my X, but unfortunately I'm suspended. I'm suspended. And I'm really relaxed about it. Can you tell?
Well, that could be.
Hey, and you know what? Quite frankly, if you follow us on Rumble, you actually help us financially. Right? You pump money back into us doing. Did you know you can buy us a coffee? Did you know you can buy me a coffee?
Oh.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Is that a Rumble thing? I haven't.
No. It's on our website. Yeah. Here, actually, I'll put it into. I'll see if. I have control over it. Do I have control? Yeah, I do it. I'll actually put the link. So if anyone out there wants to share this link and buy us a coffee, that would be amazing.
I love coffee, by the way. Not that pumpkin spice latte crap. Ew.
Pumpkin spice. What state were you? What state was I from? So I'm being asked, what state was I from? Originally, right now, right? Like, what period of time are we talking about? Because you have to narrow it down. You have to ask what country, what state, and what city I was in. Because I'm all over the place. Yes. All right. So I'll put this up in chat. So, and no one will do it. I think we had a couple people do it, but we've kept it discreet, right?
Yes.
So
it's a nice thing, but it's not a must do thing.
No. It's just a tip thing. And we got David just sent it over to me. We've got one supporter. I got one supporter.
Supposed to be your wife. That doesn't count.
I don't think it is. No. Yeah, she's just like, look, that's your shit, right? That's your thing to do, all right?
Look, it's so cheap for saying that.
I'll be over here doing this, Yeah. It's like, I don't understand what you do. She doesn't like confrontation. All right, so I'm gonna put it out there. Go ahead, David, put it out there. If you want to buy us a coffee and become a supporter, you can do it there. It's on the screen now. Oh, Lord.
Jill likes regular coffee, none of the frou-frou crap. Just saying.
Yeah, and it's not actually a coffee. I mean, you can actually it's a way to donate money, and you can do it at different levels, right? You can, set your money or whatever. I don't like e-begging. I really don't. I don't think it's fair.
What did you say?
It's
e-begging?
called e-begging. Yeah, e-begging. I mean, everyone wants to make a living off of doing this, right? Everyone wants to make a living off doing this, and that's totally understandable. Advertising is the way to go, ultimately, especially if you're going out on terrestrial, and that's why we're working at what we're doing when it comes to terrestrial.
About that.
Yeah, that's another reason why I was in Wellington, is actually applying for the big watt license. That's another story. It's really interesting too, because whenever you apply for a wattage over 1,000 watts in New Zealand, you have to apply for a radio license, and in order for you to do that, you have to have some engineering reports done. You have to have the frequency picked out. You have to have your transmitter stuff inspected, an engineer report on that. I mean, there's some serious requirements. Wow. And that's all understandable. I mean, that's all because you don't want the FM transmission to interfere with the flight control or aircraft or emergency services. And it's just normal stuff, right?
Right.
Here's where it gets wild. Where it gets wild is that once you've applied for that frequency, they then open it up for auction. Right? So you do all the work. You pay for all the work to be done. And then the government turns around and opens it up for auction. And any of the big media companies out there can be like, well, I don't want that person on the air competing against me. And I've got the money. So I'll just buy the frequency and do nothing with it. So the government, which is the government, because all media in New Zealand is owned by the government, especially whenever it comes to big cities like Auckland, Christchurch, and Wellington, right? They come in and they swoop it up with their subsidiaries. Their little, and so you're screwed out of it. And they jack the price up on you, so it can go from $2,000 up to $2 million in a heartbeat.
Wow.
And you got to try and bid against it. So that's the way they keep you down with it. So, but again, lawyers, either way, the person on the other end, me, has to spend an enormous amount of money just to get it over the line. So that's just the way it is. That's just the way it is down here in the South Pacific, apparently. So instead of just going, hey, you know what? You want a license? It's $150,000. You got $150,000? Great. Here's your license. Go nuts, buddy. Don't break the rules. That's the way it is in the States. Here, it's a little different. It seems more relaxed, but it's not. It's not at all. So another reason why I was in Wellington. But the process is underway.
That's fantastic.
And who knows? All of these calamities may come together at the exact same moment to fix themselves, and voila. Yes. I love it when a plan comes together. Anyway, so let's see here. So yes, you can find us on Rumble. Let me just see where we are on Rumble. I don't even know. Maybe Davey can help me out here. There it is. I think, yes. Yeah, there we go.
Send to me, please.
All right. It's going to, there we are. Oh, go away. All right. So I got that. So I'm going to put it in the chat room, or David's going to put it in the chat room. David, can you put it in the chat room? David. There you go. Okay, there he is. All right. So that's how you can find us on Rumble. Oh, there we go. Quiet Night 42s joined us from X. Just as David put that in for Rumble. So you can join us on Rumble as well. So jump into Rumble if you don't have anything else. Right? You can and of course, what's our Twitch? We have Twitch as well.
What? You've done all this and I didn't even know this.
Oh, wait a minute. Hang on.
You're
I know.
Keep me in the loop, dude.
Hey, man.
Oh crap.
Time flies when you're on the run. There you go. There's the Rumble. There's the Rumble. Wild stuff, I'm telling you. I'm not a fan of YouTube. Yeah, no one is. Really, honestly. I mean, it's a great place to go to get your daily consumption of mindlessness, but as far as truth and the real shit, yeah, I'm right with you there, Quiet. I am right there with you. All right, so lines are open. I think they're working. I don't know. Like I said, the system's off to my left. They have everything off to my left. It's outside of my peripheral vision. So 09 888 8042 09 888 8042 is the number to call. Let's see here. I just got to check my email. No, they were all good. All right. Binoculars are not such a bad idea now. Well, not wrong. All right, so so let's go to headlines, shall we? Because we're quickly running out of time. We've already burned through an hour and 21 minutes. How fast does this shit go? All right, so I wanted to ask you a question, Jill. I want to tell you a story, and you tell me your answer, what you think. Okay.
Oh, okay.
So apparently, this Christchurch family, right, has bought a house. Right? Bought a new house, young couple, have a little child, right? And they had an electrician doing some work there, and the electrician found 5 vacuum sealed plastic bags. And they were filled with $20s and $50 notes.
Really?
Right? Yeah. It was covered in dust. It was in the ceiling. This happened back in 2022, actually, so a couple years ago. And it totaled $232,440.
Wow.
Right? Yeah. And they turned it into the police. Right? Because they're like, hey, there's all this money in this house. It's a lot of money. I don't know. It's just dumb, right? That's just dumb. It's not like someone, look.
Well, how old was the money? Are they
Not,
recent?
Yeah, they're all recent money. Well, I don't know. New Zealand changes money like it changes underwear around here. I've got about $900 in coins in my attic of coins that they're not even legit anymore. And I tried to take them to a bank, and the bank goes, "Yeah, you're gonna have to put those into wrappers." I'm like, can you put it into wrappers? What? Our machines don't handle that money anymore. I'm like, fuck. So whatever. So yeah. Anyway, so they turned in the money to the police, and the police have sought a restraining order from a high court judge on the grounds that they believe the money was generated by criminal activity. They have absolutely no proof of this. None.
Well, I mean,
they have no proof of this.
Sealed in bags in the ceiling. I mean, come on.
Listen,
you don't. Mafia all over it.
You don't know how much money I have in sealed plastic bags. Okay, let's just put that out there. All right, telling you now. Sometimes you just want to have cash on hand. Preppers do this all the time. This is something they always do. They put it in the house. They hide it in the house with the intention of always going back. Could it be criminal? Possibly. Is there proof of it? Zero. So if there's no proof of it, they can't be doing this. So the couple who wanted to keep the cash has opposed the order, because the way the law works here in New Zealand, if you find something and you turn it into the police and the police can't find the owner, cash or otherwise, you get the money, right? It's given to you. You get it, right? Finders keepers. That's finders keepers law. But the cops, the court is trying to keep them from getting the money. Now, the money was thought to be a product of a crime because of a possible maybe gang link to the property.
What?
Its packaging and its, hidden nature, the high court sees it as it's criminal, right? But they have no proof. This is like convicting somebody of a murder without any body, which they can do here in New Zealand also, by the way. This is why, America is more free than anywhere else. Now, while the person who originally hid the cash, nobody knows who this person is, right? Police found a deceased person with ties to the mongrel mob gang and a drug conviction that had a connection to the property previously of the owner's tenants, right? So before they bought the house, there was a guy that lived there as part of the mongrel mob, and he may or may not have hid the money in there, but there's no proof. There's no proof that he hid the money. None. And the fact that nobody has come forward to claim it, you know what? Maybe I should go claim it.
Well, who owned the house?
Yeah, that's my money. I was just hiding it there from a friend.
I just asked him to hold it for me.
Yeah.
Just hold it.
So anyway, no one's come forward with the claim of saying that it's ours. But the police are saying that it's tainted property. But I think the police are just trying to keep it. You know what I think the police should do is go, well, you know what? Chances are it was his money. Chances are he sold a bunch of, whatever you want to do with the money is yours. It's yours. You bought the house, right? Maybe people don't agree with me. 09-888-8042 is the number to call if you want to.
Well, they should have just never said anything. I mean,
I wouldn't say anything. Yeah,
why? That's the big. I mean, I'm sure they were trying to do the right thing. Kudos for that. But why?
Road to hell is paved with good intentions.
Nobody's going to know you found this money. Take the money and spend it wisely.
Yeah, exactly. It's like my wife, right? She gets upset. Not upset, but if she's going through the checkout and there's something that's missed, she goes back and she pays for it. Right? As where I am a believer in spiritual divine nature. What? Am I not convincing enough?
No.
I believe. Why? Well, I'm a very spiritual person. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Why? What are you laughing about? I look at it this way. God gives what? God gives us nice little blessings every now and again, right? Who are you to look a gift horse in the mouth, right? You find some money in your walls. Just be happy you have it. Spend it wisely, is what I say. Fuck the police. Don't hand it into the police, right?
Mm-hmm. Spend it wisely.
Spend it wisely. You get a free box of beer because the checkout person didn't actually notice that the box of beer is in your cart whenever you walked out. Not your problem. You paid for everything else. That is not your problem that you missed it. They missed it, right? Or no?
Well,
come on.
I don't really look at the receipt to know
I
if they missed it.
I don't even ask for the receipt.
I wouldn't even know if they missed it or not.
Right.
Because I don't really peruse the receipt that strongly. I'm assuming that they got everything because that's their job.
Yeah.
So I don't look at the receipt.
Well, this is where people are like, man, that Jack guy, he's not a very good person, is he? He'd just take the money and take the beer and take everything, wouldn't he?
Yeah.
He's got money in his walls. He's just a bad guy. I don't know. I mean, I don't know. I just think that if you find money in the walls and everything, don't tell nobody. It's not like someone Okay, so there's a difference. Like in the States, right? Like let's take the D.B. Cooper case. The D.B. Cooper case is something that a lot of New Zealanders have no idea what I'm talking about whenever I talk about the D.B. Cooper case. But the D.B. Cooper case is an absolute a rock solid reason why you would actually turn in money to the bank, right? So back in the day, there were bank robbers, and some bank robbers got away with it, but all the money is recorded with particular serial numbers on it. And whenever they run it through the system, they can tell where the money came from. I don't think that's the case here in New Zealand because it's pretty much a cashless system. I mean, I think I might have some cash around somewhere other than inside the walls, but I don't know. I don't think I have serial numbers. Oh no, they do. Yeah, no, they do have serial numbers. But even still, I mean, how are they to prove where you got the money from? You probably got it from a carnival or something, it's change. Who knows where the money came from? So just take the money, just go spend it. All the police officers and all the extremist Five Eyes people that listen to my program are just all writing this shit down about me right now.
It's him. It's not me.
Yeah.
It's him.
No. You're lumped in there with me. If I'm going down, you're going down. speaking of going down, yeah.
I'm taking you with me. I'm not going alone. You'll never get me, Cuppa.
Well, speaking of, we're at the bottom of the hour.
Wow,
So,
it goes too fast.
it does. And see, there's a reason why I'm bringing back the top and the bottom of every hour is because we're about to kick off the FM channel. Yeah. And the great folks over at Troubled Minds have a fantastic, perfect.
Yes.
Their timing, what Michael Strange has done and put his timing together. This man is like my brother from another mother. I mean, seriously, he knows what he's doing. I love it. I love it.
It's gonna be awesome.
Yeah.
It'll slide right in there. Really nice. That program is perfect.
Yeah. Yeah. So we're gonna take a quick break. We'll be back right after this. Comment in the chat room from Quiet Night says, I found a baseball card or rugby jersey worth $250,000 in my attic. Would that be different? No, it wouldn't. You're exactly right. See, Quiet has it right. He knows what we're talking about.
Why would you tell someone? I would never.
I don't know.
Finders keepers.
Yeah, exactly. All right, we're gonna take a break. We'll be back in a moment. Don't go away. Where'd you go, Jill?
I'm here.
No, I gotta find your. Oh, there you are. Okay, now I can put her in the control room. All right, we'll be back after this. I got too many screens here. We'll be back after this. Well, don't go away.
And now, hold tight. We will be getting back to Jack after these messages.
Graham told ABC's This Week the vice president has been like a wrecking ball to Israel. He condemned Harris for failing to challenge those in her own party who accuse Israel of genocide in Gaza. He also took issue with her absence from an address by Israeli Prime Minister Netanyahu in July to a joint session of Congress. Graham says it's clear she boycotted the address, quote, sending the signal to Hamas and Iran that America really doesn't have Israel's back. Bob Agnew reports.
What do you want, David Excel?
The creamy mayo XL? It's the same, but XL.
XL flame grilled beef, XL cheese, XL creamy mayo, and XL all the other stuff. BK's new creamy mayo XL.
The point for Hamas is mass civilian deaths in Gaza.
Habib Reddick Gur tells the Salem Radio Network that's why Hamas built some 500 miles of tunnels directly beneath cities.
To force a war that cuts through cities and then carried out October 7 to leave the Israelis no choice.
As for civilian casualties, Gur says captured documents show Hamas leadership is actually disappointed
that the death toll in Gaza isn't vastly higher.
Bob Agnew reports.
I'll be here to hear what's on your mind.
As an adult, kids want to know you're listening to them, but they also want to listen to you. When it comes to alcohol, they want to know your expectations and how and why to avoid underage drinking. Talking early and often about it in everyday conversations reinforces your message and keeps lines of communication open. For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
Hey, small spender. You don't wait for rainy days to save, do ya? Spreading your dosh like sunblock. Swimming in savings, bathing in bargains. Slip, slop, save. Yes, Barbie Queen. Throw another bargain on the Barbie. Make a splash for less cash. Pluck out specials. Trim down costs. Yeah, you get out there in budget. Forget 5 stars. You've got way more than that. The Warehouse, where everyone gets a bargain.
What had been strong momentum by Republicans was, at least temporarily, interrupted by a bump in enthusiasm for Democrats following their party's recent convention and the nomination of Kamala Harris for president. Still, real-time election data tracker Decision Desk HQ gives the GOP a 70% chance of regaining the Senate majority. A key factor in Montana will be by how large a margin Donald Trump can prevail over Kamala Harris. The bigger Trump's margin, analysts say, the better the chances for GOP Senate candidate Tim Sheehy. Wagner reporting.
Over a year, your roof puts up with a lot. Problem is, it all ends up here and here, creating problems you really don't need. Solve all this by calling us, Gutter Solutions, for advice and installation that will stand the test of time.
Email from school about the incident today.
Scary.
You know, teachers like me, parents, we don't always know as much as you guys do about what's going on with other kids.
Half the time, it's rumors.
Yeah, but if you're ever concerned about a friend who's having trouble with alcohol, prescription drugs, anything, you need to tell an adult, someone you know and trust. That can be hard, but speaking up about a problem is what helping a friend is all about.
For more information, visit underagedrinking.samhsa.gov.
The timeline raises the chances this could be a potent political issue in the closely contested race. The U.S. Drug Enforcement Administration has set a hearing date to take comment on the proposed historic change in federal drug policy for December 2nd. The hearing date means a final decision could come well into the next administration. That could put a new spotlight on former President Donald Trump and Vice President Kamala Harris's position on marijuana.
Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman, and you could save on electricity costs. The more stars, the more energy savings. If you own an older 2-star appliance, the latest technology makes new appliances far more energy efficient. See how much you could save. Find the perfect appliance for your needs. Talk to our knowledgeable staff in store. The more stars, the more energy savings. Upgrade to energy-efficient appliances at Harvey Norman now.
The fine centers on Clearview AI's creation of what the agency called an illegal database of billions of photos of faces. The Netherlands Data Protection Agency also warned Dutch companies that using Clearview's services is also banned. The data agency said that Clearview, quote, has not objected to this decision and is therefore unable to appeal against the fine.
A new Inspector General report shows the president moved ahead with construction despite being warned by U.S. staff it would fail as a result of rough seas and other logistical problems. Despite the warnings, Biden insisted the structure be built, an apparent effort to follow through on the promise he made during his State of the Union speech. The warnings, however, proved to be well-founded. The pier survived only 20 days and delivered just a third of its intended cargo. Humanitarian groups pulled out due to the ongoing threat of Hamas terrorist attacks. Bob Agnew reporting.
Men sailed up from the San Francisco.
And now, once again, your host, Captain Jack.
Welcome back, everybody. Whoa, that was a rough little stumble on the broadcast line there. It's Wednesday, 1:39. We went a little bit over on that one. Let's get Jill back in here. Jill, you back with me?
I am here.
Well, as David said, we're website's getting slammed here. Got a little mixed up with his adjustments here. Get this. I always say you can email me at Jack at theundergrounddaily.com. That's Jack at theundergrounddaily.com. Yeah. Check this out. So, I guess we have the first fire across our bow. To Captain Jack, you've made quite a splash in New Zealand, haven't you? But not in the way you think. Your antics, your so-called radio station, have been worn thin. We, the Kiwi Killjoys, have had enough. You think you can just waltz into our country, disrespect our peaceful way of life, and expect to cheer you on? Think again. Your suspension isn't just a break, it's the beginning of the end for you. We've rallied, we've organized, we're ready to shut you down from Northland to Southland, from West Coast to the East Cape. We're united in our mission to see you gone. You've mocked our trans allies, you've turned our places into your playground, and you've made a mockery of our rainbow culture. This isn't about fun or entertainment for us. This is about respect. Respect for our rainbow fauna, our land, our people, and our way of life. Your days of galvanizing around our islands are numbered. We're watching, we're waiting, we're ready to act. Every move you make, every step you take, we'll be there to remind you that you're not welcome. So enjoy your suspension, Captain Jack. Use it to pack your bags, because when you're back, if you dare return, you'll find that New Zealand isn't the playground you thought it was. We're not just going to ask you to leave. We're going to make sure you do. Bum, 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 bum. How's that for hate mail? Jeez.
Oh, try harder, you weirdo.
Oh, man, that is funny.
Oh, you got up under somebody's saddle there, stick it in their side.
Yeah. From the Kiwi Killjoys. Apparently, this seems to be a new organization come together to. I don't know what this means. I don't know what this means. I don't know. I don't know what that means. I don't know. It's something in Maudie at the bottom. It's something. Harry Ra, Captain Jack, Harry Ra. I don't know what that means. So yeah. So
Okay. Well, what culture are they thinking that you're mocking? Is it the
the rainbow community? Because like I said, because I was in that chat with all the individuals pushing back against trans ideology. So
on the website, when I pee into the sunlight, it makes a rainbow.
Do you often pee into the sunlight?
Well,
it's a nice day. I think I'll pee outside. My son does that.
You guys can do that.
Yeah.
And oddly enough, you know what? Trans women can do that too. I'm just throwing that
Trans
out there.
women? There is no such thing.
Well,
see, I got lambasted for saying exactly the same thing. It's like there is no such thing. It's like I know, but I'm just for reference. Just for reference, damn it. All
have
right,
you
so
seen the pictures of the two porn stars with I don't know if I can say this, but I'm going to say it anyway. Dildos stuffed in their underwear.
they what?
Pretending to be trans women.
Wait,
Have you seen
wait,
that picture?
wait. Back that up. You lost me at porn. You lost me at porn stars. Say that again.
I'm assuming they're porn stars. I don't know. There's a picture going around that two girls. I thought it said porn stars. I could be wrong. Sorry, girls, if you're not. They have dildos stuffed in the underwear to make it look like they're trans
dudes with boobs.
Yeah.
Okay.
And one of the letter type people said, "How dare you mock wear my sexuality as your costume." and it's a trans person, something like along those lines, and me being me, said right back at you, how dare you wear my gender as your costume?
Yeah. Well,
Violence
yeah. Yeah,
from the
yeah,
gallery.
yeah. They're all I think the problem is that people on the right, the people with common sense, they don't get into public office typically. Typically, I mean the real ones, the real people don't get into it. I mean, we have people like Winston Peters here, right? And Winston Peters is hardcore. I mean, he just says it like it is. He's a great politician. A lot of people are mad at him for putting Jacinda Ardern in power, and that's a whole thing. We're not going to get into that, but we have individuals that really know what the hell they're talking about inside of politics, and then we have people that are on the right that they're just pussies. I'm sorry, but they're just pussies. They just are, right? And this freaking clown we got right now, like, okay, so here, I said I would get into this, right? So I'm going to get into this. So while I was in Wellington, had a meeting with individuals, and we're talking about the police. We're talking about security with inside of Auckland, right?
Right.
And we have the prime minister coming out there, and he's saying, oh, we got more people on the street, more police officers on the street. We're we're crime, right? He's lying through his teeth, and everyone inside of the Justice Department in New Zealand know this. He knows this. He's full of shit. There isn't. He may have one or two police officers here or there. I mean, Simon Anderson, God bless him, he's been highlighting this and doing his floating head thing and talking about this. But the people inside of Wellington, the Crown Law people know that Luxon is lying. And no one's saying anything. Luxon is lying. Lying Luxon. Period. There is no big fix. There is no crime people running around. They're putting an enormous amount of pressure on a broken police system, and this police system is broken because the person that's in charge of it that has not been fired, have not been replaced. So I think if bald-headed egghead sitting on the fence Humpty Dumpty wants to fix something, then you need to start cleaning house, because he's not doing anything but pandering. He's just in there. He's like, oh my God, I won the popularity contest. I'm going to run around trying to be popular to everybody and head to Washington and try to suck up to Joe Biden. That's all he's doing. There is no security. There are no more police. There's a couple of police officers per district here and there over the next 6 years. So whenever he's standing up there saying that there's more police on the street, trying to make you think that he's doing a good job, he's not doing a good job. And I don't care if it's Labor, I don't care if it's National, I don't care if it's New Zealand First that's in power. If they're up there lying, I'm going to call it out. If they're up there talking bullshit, I'm going to call it out, because I have no political affiliation other than right and wrong. And I'm on the side of right, and he's wrong. So either the constituents need to hold him accountable and start putting his feet to the fire and telling him that he's full of shit and telling him he's not going to be in there next year, and telling the people in your district and all the PMs in your district that he's full of shit and you don't believe him, because that's the only way it's going to happen. And you need to rise up. You need to get angry, and you need to start voicing your opinion, because until you start doing that, nothing's going to happen. Don't let the mandate protests sway you from actually doing something, because there's an enormous amount of stuff that you can do in the background that puts pressure on it. And that's why we're here, to help that happen. And they don't like us. And so this what are they called again? Where is it? The
Kiwi Killjoys.
Kiwi Killjoys are on my ass. Well, I got a message for you, Kiwi Killjoys. Go fuck yourself. How about that? Because I will be back, and I'm going to do it at the right time. Oh my God, I'm going to do it at the right time. It's going to be glorious.
Well, if he's sucking up to Biden, that's
well, I mean, he's the one that came back like just before the debate between with Trump, right? That first debate. he came back and they asked him and said, "Oh, how's Biden? And does he seem okay?" He's like, "Oh, yeah. He's very competent. He's very sharp." It's like, no, you were told to say that, you egg-headed, bald-headed fuck.
Yeah, that's exactly
so I just put X on X.
He's confident.
Listen to this. So I just put XTV on my Fire Stick. Then I asked for Siri to Underground Media Network. Siri doesn't know how to help me. See what I mean? And there you go. Yeah. Look, the best thing you can do for us right now, because of the fact that my main account got suspended, is you can push WPRT radio as much as possible. We need this. In fact, Jill, I was going to ask you, maybe we need to do some spaces over a week series, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Let's do a big drive. Right? Because the WPRT radio got suspended back in 2016 for saying there was only 2 genders. It had 30,000 followers at the time. All of them dropped off, right? Down to nothing. My account, when it got suspended, I think it was nearly 5. I blocked a lot of bots. A lot of people just allow bots to follow them and gives them the followers. They got the 10,000, 15,000, 232,000, but they're all bots, right? I don't do that. So I block everybody, right? I think we need to start doing this. I think we need to start putting together some nighttime chats. Okay. Some more after darks. We can do after dark things. Yeah. I think we should start doing that.
Okay.
Month of October.
Well, yeah, but not the first week.
Oh, I know. Well, no. Oh, you're gonna be all right. Well, we'll do. All right.
We'll
so
tell people when I get there, I'll send you pictures.
So why don't we do this? Why don't we do some spaces where we just take, let's bring everyone in. We'll just pick topics, put them out there, right? We'll bring you in, me in. We'll pick topics. We'll bring in guests. We'll bring in listeners out there. We'll just have these big conversations. But we'll lead it up because you are going on this amazing. Hey, wait, have you been able to get back into YouTube yet?
Yes. Just now, yes.
You got in?
Yeah. I'm in.
All right.
Yes.
All right.
Woohoo.
I'm being asked if can I follow me with this account. Yeah. Look, if you add WPRT radio to the account, to your follow list on X, I see everything. Everything gets kind of relayed back over to me. David's the account manager. He handles everything. Just follow it. In fact, push it. WPRT radio. I think that we need to build back. We need to fight back against, what is it called? The
Kiwi Killjoys.
Kiwi Killjoys. Okay, the Kiwi Killjoys that have targeted me. I don't know what that is. I think they're full of shit. But hey, why not?
Got a lot of hate for somebody that, and where's it coming from? Because you haven't done any of that stuff. So.
Oh, wait. I got another one. Hold on. We've had it here with your chatter. The Society of Silent Readers have been watching you, and frankly, we're appalled. I don't know what that is.
Silent readers.
I don't know. Every
Well,
every time you open your mouth, you shatter the peace we cherish.
Okay, well, hey,
That's another one.
Silent readers, turn it off.
I know, right?
Change the channel. I mean, it's not that hard, guys. It's not rocket science. If you don't like something, turn it off.
I don't know what that is. So I've got a lot of hate mail. You know what? Hey, hate mail people, why don't you just call in? Like, just have a conversation with us. 09-888-8042. You got about 5 minutes left before we're out of here, but give it a try. Why not?
No, because they're a bunch of keyboard warriors living in their mother's basement.
It's pretty funny. It's
in
pretty
a
funny.
dress and lipstick, probably.
I have a feeling I know who it may be. I do. I have a feeling I know who it may be, but we'll just let that play off. Anyway, there's another thing that I wanted to run past you before we get to the end here, because obviously we've been covering the the U.S. elections, and we're getting down the nitty gritty, baby. Wasn't okay. And I've been away. I've been busy with lots of stuff. There's a whole bunch of other stuff that I haven't gotten to that I'll probably save for Spaces. But wasn't Trump supposed to be in jail by now?
The 18th.
Of this month.
Yeah.
They're going to try and put him in jail on the 18th, that close to a presidential election.
He's just arrogant enough that he will do it.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. Because they want to put him in Rikers Island, don't they?
Yeah.
Because Rikers Island has the capacity or the ability to handle it.
Well, he's going to have Secret Service with him, so.
Yeah. Yeah. and if the same Secret Service that tried to eliminate him on the day in Philadelphia or in Pennsylvania, sorry. That's a concern. That's a major concern.
So, for all you that probably don't know or are aware of these felony charges that he's been found guilty of, first of all, they had to rewrite the law to allow for that to even go to trial, because all those charges were misdemeanor charges and they were all outside of the time limit.
Yeah.
What do you call it? And so he couldn't be charged for anything. So they had to rewrite the laws in New York to allow them. And the same thing for the woman who accused him of raping her.
Oh, Jean Carroll.
Because the statute of limitations had run out. So they had to rewrite all those laws to allow for that to be brought to trial. So that's what they've done. That's why this is such a big deal. Because first of all, there was no crime. So then they made up something, but oopsie, it was outside the statute of limitations. So now we're going to rewrite the law to allow it to be not just a misdemeanor, but a felony charge.
Yeah. And the thing is, they're not accounting for the grandfather clause. So the grandfather clause is, even if the crime happened 2 days ago and it wasn't a crime then, and you change the law so it's a crime now, that crime wasn't a crime when it was committed, so you can't charge the person. So the judge is pushing that through. He's allowing it to happen. That's the big thing. That's where their big stumbling block is, and that's why the Trump administration is not worried at all, because at the end of the day, when it goes to the Supreme Court is going to rule that it wasn't a crime when supposedly it happened. So you can't charge someone. It's like double jeopardy. You can't do it. You can't charge someone. If someone gets convicted of a murder that they didn't commit and they served time for it and then got out of jail and then commit the murder, you can't charge them again for murder, right? Because especially if the person wasn't killed in the first place, you know what I mean? So it's just, it doesn't make sense. Doesn't make sense. And I think that's why they're so relaxed. And at the end of the day, it brings more attention to them, because any press is good press, even if it's bad press, right? So.
Well, this guy, U.M.N, his daughter does something for the DNC.
Yeah.
Something like that. I mean, it's like, how, what?
Yeah.
How is that even allowed?
Precisely.
So
Precisely.
And I think he's going to try and throw him in jail. I really do.
Yeah, probably. All right.
And they're not taking Bobby Kennedy's name off the ballots. Now they're going to make him leave his name on the ballots.
What?
Yep.
No.
Yep.
He's endorsed Trump.
Doesn't matter.
What?
They're saying you can't change now, and they're making him leave his name on the ballot.
I'm sorry, but civil war needs to happen. I'm sorry, it just needs to happen, because this is ridiculous. Whatever. We're out of here. It's the end of the show anyway. All right, listen up. Troubled Minds is up next, so stay tuned for that. If you want to dive into the unknown and the world of wild, crazy, paranormal stuff, the stuff that I used to do back in the day, which is awesome. There's no other person. There really is. I'm seriously. I have listened, and I was good at the paranormal. I mean, very good. I've listened to a lot of programs out there, even from some of the top people in ufology or whatever. They do not compare to Michael Strange. He is a flippin' master. If there's anyone that can do paranormal topics well, he is it, man. This guy is it. So he's up next. So stick around, everybody. This is I almost said Badlands Radio. Like, old habits die hard.
Very hard, apparently.
Yeah, I know. I did it for what, 30 years?
Like that.
Long time. Yeah. All right. We're out of here, everybody. I'm Jack Harris.
I am Jill Jetta.
And we will see you next time.
Thanks for joining in, guys.
Yeah, thank you. And even though no one called our lines that I noticed because I wasn't looking at the system, I will respond to all the messages. And I'm going to go help David because he's like panicking because our website's getting slammed. So, hasta la vista, sayonara, winnaby. It's been grand. It has been fun. We'll see you next time. Send me email, jack@theundergrounddaily.com. Until then, we'll see you next time. Ta-ta.
Part of the show, you know the drill. You just the mass media fighting for the gray matter. Call the phone number 702-957-1037. Call the phone number 702-957-1037. The mass media fighting for gray matter between your ears. We talk about the brain, all of the amazing things it can do. And algorithmism control your mind for someone else. We'll shout out to all the amazing people that have helped formulate these seed ideas, flesh them out.
We American citizens should be allowed to choose which policy we want. But they conceal it from us. And I'm extremely angry that the people in this country who say they deplore this sort of thing have fallen silent. It's being condoned by the European Union in Washington as events unfold.
Senator Stern here. I would swing over and look at some of the drugs.
And when you say the Western countries would bear some responsibility, in what sense do they bear responsibility?
Hesitation, no flame, no shooting. Look at it through Moscow's eyes. Since the Clinton administration in the 1990s, the U.S.-led West has been on a steady march toward post-Soviet Russia.
This is a weapons demonstration.
Began with the expansion of NATO in the 1990s under Bush, then further expanded NATO all the way to Russia's borders. Then came the funding of what are euphemistically called NGO.
I don't know if you know this, but I don't speak Russian! This is not what we agreed to. They promised me suits and they promised control.
Everything will be okay.
This is not what I wanted.
The political action group funded by the West, operating inside Russia. Then came the decision to build missile allegedly against Iran, a country which has neither nuclear weapons nor any missiles to deliver them. Then comes American military outpost in the former Soviet Republic of Georgia, which led to the War of 208. And now the West is at the gates of Ukraine. That's the picture, as Moscow sees it. And it's rational, it's reasonable, it's hard to deny. Let's ask ourselves this. Who precipitated this crisis?
Anyway, carry on.
This is your time. Maybe you didn't choose this, but you're here now. You're gonna go out there and be an all-star caregiver. It's up to you. So what are you gonna do? You're gonna go grocery shopping, cook, clean, be there emotionally and physically. You gotta dig deeper. Drive them to physical therapy, doctor's appointments. Don't you forget about the pharmacy. No, you won't. Because that's what caregivers do. Don't give up. Don't ever give up. This is your time to show the world, your family, and yourself that you're tougher than tough. Now go out there and be the best caregiver this world has ever seen. Caregiving is tougher than tough. Find the care guides you need.
But I think the development of full artificial intelligence will spell the end of the human race.
It's a flying object, and we don't know what it is. I would hope somebody is checking it out.
It was a rocket or whatever, but incredibly fast, opposite direction. It was too fast to be an airplane.
I'm glad the Pentagon is looking at this, because if it poses a threat, I want them on top of it.
Well, the craft generates its own gravitational field. You said their flight's discussed?
The internet has become the command center for criminals and terrorists.
Aliens won't let it happen. You know, that's what we're instructed to say.
Roswell, Area 51. Alien kept deep under the ground.
Doesn't have your best interest in mind. The government is self-serving. You're here for a reason. You're listening to Troubled Minds Radio. Broadcasting live from a secret bunker just off the extraterrestrial highway. Somewhere in the desert sands outside of Las Vegas. From somewhere in space-time, loosely labeled Generation X on planet Earth. And asking questions of you in earnest into the digital darkness. Good evening and welcome to Troubled Minds Radio. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're streaming on YouTube, Rockfin, Rumble, Twitter, and Twitch. We're broadcasting live on the Troubled Minds Radio Network. That's KUAP Digital Broadcasting. And maybe, just maybe, 88.4 FM, Auckland, New Zealand. Shout out to our friends in Auckland, New Zealand. Hey, also, I killed Twitter Spaces for the moment. We tried it last show, and something broke badly. So there was some people in there, and it didn't work. So I'm gonna go into the tank and fix that, and we'll open it up to the entire Twitterverse as well as we go. But tonight, no Twitter Spaces for the time being. But we got a doozy tonight. Like I said, as we started there, as I was saying hi to the folks before we began. This is one I thought about a long, long time ago. And this is not a novel thought. This is something that probably goes through all of our minds at some point, is the idea that, well, there's a lot of religions out there, right? There's a lot of stories of what the human soul is, about how we should sort of revere it or how we should treat it, or how, the temple as it is, and basically kind of being locked into a particular dogma. So I'm not going to do this. You know me. I don't like to kind of stomp on dogma, but if dogma is your thing and you're going to get mad at me, well, maybe earmuffs tonight or something. I'm not going to go after particular religions or anything like that because it's not really my style. But the deal is that there's sure seems to be a lot of contradictory information out there, if you know what I'm saying, regarding the soul, regarding ritual magic, regarding the things we're supposed to do, the how we're supposed to worship, how we're supposed to kind of come together as a human aspect, how we're supposed to bury our dead, how we're supposed to do all of these things. Okay, and this goes back again so many years, thousands and thousands of years of these different ideas kind of shaking out. And as I say, if you ask the right question, you're likely to get 1,000 different answers. And this is exactly one of those, which is a little bit odd. And so tonight we're going to be talking about, of course, the nature of the human soul. What that means. Again, if you believe it's real, of course, as part of the conversation, you know how this works. We call it drinking the maybe juice. And if you believe the soul is not real, that's cool. I'm not here to preach to anybody and tell anybody what to believe. But for the time being, just in case you think that's the truth, let's say invert the process in your brain and consider that it isn't. Consider that it's real for the sake of the conversation tonight. And as I say, that's what I call drinking the maybe juice, which is a rip-off from a good old-fashioned Aristotle and a bastardized quote that goes something like, "It is the mark of an educated mind to consider a thought without accepting it." Okay? And that's what drinking the maybe juice is all about. So we're going to talk about that human soul tonight. And how come there's so many different ways to look at this? Again, go back to the Egyptians, okay? You see some of the pharaohs of old were wrapped, mummified, preserved for who knows what reason, for the journey into the underworld or whatever else, right? And the whole weighing your heart against a feather in judgment and this type of thing, right? Well, in that particular aspect, there's a lot of that judgment stuff when it comes to the religious aspects of how we treat the human soul, all right? And so, to me,
the idea of alien visitation has captured the human imagination for centuries. If beings from another world did come to our planet, what
recognized religions are there in the world over? It's got to be thousands, maybe more than that, tens of thousands. I don't really know, but there's a lot of them, and probably many that I've never heard of. And so we have this weird sort of dichotomy of a religion versus the cult, right? The ones that aren't recognized, because they're dangerous. You're only not dangerous when you have your own city-state and a Library of Alexandria buried beneath the ground. Then you're not dangerous anymore. Then you're legitimate. So I guess when you burgle enough things and go bury them somewhere and create your own city-state, then I guess you're no longer dangerous, right? And of course I'm making some jokes here, but I mean that goes for all of them. That goes for literally every major religion in the world, is that they seem to have these massive power structures built up, sort of the castle idea of old. So I don't know. So basically that's there you go. Richard says 3,000 Christian theologies. Exactly my point. That's exactly my point. And as we start tonight, so I'm calling this, of course, you know me and my weird names, cosmic propaganda. Okay? Because what are we supposed to believe regarding the human soul? How we're supposed to revere it, how we're supposed to treat it. Again, you ask 1,000 people, you get 1,000 different answers in this exact regard. But here's the wild part. Celestial rewards and the invisible pantheon is what I'm adding. And there's a little part here in the beginning called celestial rewards. And when I was a 20-year-old man, and I kind of made the joke earlier when we started, 20 years old and man is a tough go, right? You're still kind of a kid at that point. There's a lot of things you don't know. There's a lot of madness there, and there's a lot of madness going on in my head as well, because you're growing up. You're not even really fully grown yet. Your brain, they say, doesn't fully develop until you're like 27 or something like that. Okay, so I'm not picking on youngsters. I'm just saying that when I was 20, I had it all. So I thought, is kind of my point. But I did have this thought, and I tried to enlist some folks to help me that were more talented than I, because I wanted to write a comic strip.
Okay, an actual comic strip, and I may do this. I don't know. Are there any artists out there? If there's any artists out there that like to draw stuff that I wanted to do, maybe we'll resurrect the idea for 2024 how come there are so many different ways that we're supposed to revere the spirit? One, I'm not a short, punchy, funny guy when it comes to. Do you think are actual cosmic propaganda? Because you know me, punchlines. In particular, it's hard to write stuff very, very funny, and so I was like, yeah. But I was trying to make a. I don't like being controlled. I don't like being told what to do. Called as I always say, half joking and half serious. And it was about exactly this idea tonight. I have a problem with authority. How would you define what a celestial reward is? I don't have to do what you tell me to do. And I kind of wanted to take a humorous look at it. I'm grown. I do what I want. This group of kids. And so there's that multicultural group of kids on a basketball people trying to tell me what to do regarding anything on the playground. I kind of have that. Of course, they would be talking about it. I've never gotten in a lot of trouble sort of in I kind of have that streak in me. Kind of like, oh yeah, Charlie, I shouldn't do that. I shouldn't do that. Really? Okay, something like that. Anyway, it's probably a really bad idea. So celestial reward. What does that even mean? Poignant to me at the time, and as I was thinking about this throughout history, there's 1,000 different reasons, there's probably 10,000 different ways and reasons that we're supposed to, because that's where revere the soul or the consciousness or whatever it is, and how to treat it as a group. The notes I took. So the question becomes, talking to you guys, exactly this tonight. How much of the spiritual learnings that are historical and modern, how much of it do you think is actual cosmic propaganda, or dare I say nonsense? Okay, and what I mean is, again, I'm trying to be respectful. I'm not going to go pick on. Okay, I'm not, and please don't do that. Don't call me and say, well, let's crap on this religion or that religion. Let's not do that. Let's talk about the possibilities, the wider, let's say, cascade of possibilities here, because there's a lot of these things and a lot of ways to kind of look at it. And you notice, even today, there's people recognizing the old ways, as we talk about. There's people still, worshiping Horus or, Ra, the sun god, or, Apollo, if you want to go a different sun god. I mean, there's still a lot of that happening today in different aspects. And so it makes me wonder why some of this stuff persists, why some of this stuff has been sort of buried and covered up or hidden, and how much of let's say the real stuff. And here's the thing that gets me, that always made me wonder. If there's a billion ways we should treat the human soul to guide it back to divinity, wherever it came from, okay, theoretically, what if they're hiding the true ways from us? What if it is like one of the most elite secret societies ever that knows the true tricks, and we just get sort of the table scraps of the human soul? Does that make sense? That's the question tonight. We're going to talk about this in a bunch of different ways, of course. I'd love to hear your thoughts if you want to be part of the show. We are taking your calls in all the ways like we always do at 702-957-1037. You can click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. We'll put you on the show. It's as easy as that. Like I said, my goal is not here to stomp on anybody's belief system. So don't get me wrong here. It's just as a sort of me being, as much as I possibly can, agnostic in all ways. I do wonder how much of this is sort of a cosmic trick or part of this cosmic propaganda. And that's what I want to know. What is your take on that? And there we go. That puts us where we need to be. Let's take a quick break and get a word from our sponsor, in this case, U.M.N Inspiration. Don't go anywhere. More Troubled Minds coming back in exactly 1 minute. See you on the other side of the break. In a world increasingly shaped by AI, U.M.N Inspiration remains the beating heart of creativity. Alien Skin by Tremble, a hauntingly beautiful piano ballad, reminds us that while algorithms can mimic art, the raw, unfiltered emotions of human experience are irreplaceable.
So here I sit, locked in my room again.
Written and composed by Jesse Ian in collaboration with Todd Smith, this progressive masterpiece delves into the depths of internalized grief and the silent toll of artistic compromise. As AI reshapes our reality, Alien Skin stands as a testament to the timeless power of human emotion and the complex beauty that only true artists can evoke. Experience the haunting beauty of Alien Skin by Tremble and support U.M.N Inspiration. Available now on iTunes. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. Let us continue, shall we? Okay. Now, here's the thing. So I just asked the large language model Claude, which seems to be the most sort of guardrailed and the most factually accurate most times. So I asked it, okay, so how many recognized religions exist on Earth? Right, let's see. Some sources claim there are around 4,200 religions worldwide, while others suggest the number could be as high as 10,000. The discrepancy arises from the challenge of categorizing belief systems. Does each denomination of Christianity count as a separate religion? What about indigenous belief systems that may not have formalized structures? You see how complicated this gets. Let's say 10,000 just for the sake of giggles, craps and giggles, okay? But you get what I'm saying here, which means there's going to be 10,000 different ways that we should revere and handle the human soul, not just here, but in eternity. Whatever that looks like, and how to usher us back to that divine light, as I said, which brings to mind, of course, the out-of-body experience, which is one of the things that really comes up a lot when you start to talk about the human soul and or the not just out of body, the the near-death experience, because a lot of those individuals, a lot of the stories come back with that the light, okay, and we've talked about this in the past as well. The Carol Ann Stay Away from the Light, back from the Poltergeist, that original movie, and then it turns out that the entity that was malevolent in that movie was actually guarding the light and trying to keep her from getting back into it, to get back through, right? So they told her stay away from the light, then they told her go into the light, and it was this big huge thing because the entity was using it as sort of a soul trap, okay, a way to attach itself to people that were still in this realm. Again, that's fiction, but of course that is based on surely some belief system of the past. And as you know, I'm not a scholar. I'm just me, and so I can't really dig that down to the bone here and find out exactly where that idea came from. But it does seem to be something that's interesting and common in the sense of a near-death experience, which of course again links to that out-of-body experience of Robert Monroe that we always talk about, right? And so that's what's on my mind tonight is all of this. Like I said, so I do ask you guys to let's be respectful and not try and stomp on particular religions, because we do have people of faith here, and so let's not be disrespectful. You know me, I'm not trying to do that. That's not why I'm here. I'm here to bring people together and to ask these questions of how come there's so many different ideas. And how do we, basically the question becomes to me is, how do we know which ones are false? And is there one true way? And I know that it's an easy answer. It's a binary answer. Our whatever doctrine we were brought up in, whatever we were sort of taught, or whatever we resonated with, or whatever. And I'm not even saying that's wrong or bad, by the way. Maybe that's sort of the idea of doctrine is a resonant energy that sort of finds us. You know what I'm saying? So I don't know. Of course, it's cultural, and it's going to be a geographical as well. It's complicated. It's incredibly complicated, and that's why this type of stuff to me is endlessly fascinating, because how do you really quantify it? And so it brought to mind, of course, the old idea of simulation theory. And if you recognize that, we talked about this in the past as well, when the Matrix movies came out, many cultures the world over, different countries, banned them outright, won't let them play in their country whatsoever, because what they were actually doing was sort of undermining whatever the spiritual doctrine of the particular geographical space was, okay? And meaning that if you can turn everything on its head and say that everything is a computer simulation and there is no soul, the soul is a code that goes back to the source computer at the end and gets recycled into a new program. I mean, to me, it sounds very metaphorically like a religion. I mean, very much so. Okay, but you see what I'm saying is that in the human space, we're very, very careful about allowing ideas to stain what is happening as our current control mechanism. And that control mechanism, of course, is going to be a religion. It's going to be culture. It's going to be all of these things that I'm always talking about. And by the way, regarding that, if you guys haven't joined the Discord yet, please do. troubledminds.org. Click the Discord link. It's on top. It's completely free. It's a chat client. It's a voice client. Come say hi. Come meet a bunch of the amazing people that are active on the show. But I dropped a link in there yesterday with Eric Weinstein talking to, who was the guy? I don't know, a podcaster. I don't know. It was a fantastic conversation because they were getting deep into the control mechanism stuff. Not quite religious style. It's a little bit of politics warning in the beginning of it, but they get into some other stuff. They get into simulation theory. They get into string theory and the science of it, and it's fascinating, super fascinating. But just as an aside there, and sort of these larger control mechanism aspects of the world, I love to hear people talking about them and thinking about it in different ways, because we're supposed to not recognize this. This is one of those things that goes back probably thousands of years, where, you know, don't mind the man behind the curtain, because once you do, you start to recognize the game at play. You start to recognize that somebody is pulling sort of the puppet strings of what you're supposed to believe, sort of the allegory of the cave back to Plato. That whole idea of the things we see and the things we experience are manufactured and manipulated in some capacity by the controlling class. And whatever that means, we can take this cosmic, because I am calling this cosmic propaganda, of course, but you get what I'm saying. As all of this comes together, who is controlling whom, and why, and for how long? And do you think they're even in cahoots with each other in some context, meaning that, let's say, major religions of the world are kind of like, well, you know, the leaders, I mean, you know, the leadership groups, clearly you can't have, you know, a billion people here and a billion people there in cahoots together. That's just too big of a conspiracy for my brain to catch up to. But the leadership groups possibly even saying things like, well, you know, you kind of tackle this, you know, spiritually in the next decade, and we won't touch that, and then we'll handle this type of thing, just to kind of keep things separate. I don't know, that's maybe a little too basic, but maybe not. I don't know. What do you think about all this? And basically the question comes down to exactly what are we dealing with here when we talk about the human soul and this cosmic propaganda? Because I think there is very much something to this, and it's something we should be paying attention to, because how will we know when we've been fooled? Okay, you live your entire life devout, doing the things or whatever you've been told to do. Okay, and then what if it's wrong? Is it too late? I mean, or are you like you know, given some divine space because you've been duped, or is this? You see what I'm saying? And so again, I'm not trying to be negative here. So don't catch me that way, or don't take me that way. But you feel my pain here. Is that what are we supposed to believe when there's 10,000 mechanisms right now, and not even counting the ones that aren't recognized, which could be considered cults? There's a lot of cults too. And so in that conversation, by the way, that I linked in the Discord, Eric Weinstein pointed out very smartly that the religion aspect is in those ideas. There's typically some level or form of redemption as part of the faith, whereas cults are dark and destructive and manipulative. And so it was a fantastic way and very succinctly to draw that line between the two things, because I think he's absolutely right. And you know me, if it's positive and it makes you a better person, by all means, get it. Go get it. And we all need something in a moment, and whatever that happens to be is what it happens to be. And so, I don't know, what are we dealing with here, and what about this human soul stuff? And how are we supposed to revere that in this space and chase it back to the light from whence it came? That's what I want to know tonight. And again, there's a lot of ways to look at this. Again, stay away from the light, go into the light. Some of these tropes, that simulation theory type stuff, which would be very much stay away from the light, or go into the light as a recycled program, going back into the mainframe or the source. It is very metaphorical in a lot of these ways, but there's a lot of different ones that are also not. And how does this come together? The ones that kind of fit metaphorically work, or the ones that don't, or I don't know. Just I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. And the weird part for me is, like I said, this is something I've been considering and wondering about since I was very young, and recognizing that there's a lot of people out there that take this stuff incredibly seriously, and so seriously that they're willing to die for this. And again, I'm not saying that's bad. I'm not saying that's good. I'm saying that to me, it shook my cage back then, recognizing that all of this information, a lot of it's contradictory. All of this information, well, some of it is parallel, some of it could fit with each other. There's a ton of things that makes you go, well, what is this all about then? Yeah, and that's where my mind's at tonight. Again, celestial rewards, and I'm calling this the invisible pantheon, because basically, who are the cosmic controllers actually pulling the strings? Because if you take them all together, well, that doesn't seem very, I mean, there's not enough time in a human lifetime to handle all 10,000 religions and do all the things you're supposed to do. Am I right? So it almost feels like this control mechanism, this cosmic propaganda, is coming from this invisible source, this invisible pantheon, as I'm calling it. Anyway, there you go. There's all the artistic nonsense mumbo jumbo you get from me tonight until maybe after the break. But if you want to be part of the show tonight, I'd love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. That's 702-957-1037. Yeah, that's where we're at. Celestial rewards. It's an interesting term, isn't it? Yeah, I don't know. Where do you guys sit with this? Like I said, we had a little bit of fun last night. Let's get back to the dire. I don't really know. This is Troubled Minds. I'm Michael Strange. Don't go anywhere. We got Matthew in Colorado and your calls as well. Be right back. More Troubled Minds on the way.
In the glow of neon signs, we lost track of the through cosmic tales. Designs they paint the sky in blue. Thoughts that twist and warp our minds make us forget who we knew. Oh, the stars might deceive you, but I know who you really are. Oh, the stars might mislead you, but I've seen beyond the scars. Electronic whispers hum through the static in our sleep. Voices say that hope will come. Melancholy as we succumb to lies that far as keep. Oh, the stars might deceive you, but I know who you really are. Oh, the stars might mislead you, but I've seen beyond the scars. Souls on what they want us to think. There's more beneath the ink. In the darkness, feel the link. We'll find what hearts unwillingly sing. Oh, the stars might deceive you, but I know who you really are. Oh, the stars might mislead you, but I've seen beyond the scars. Break the chains, find the light. In a cosmos full of disguise, defy the lies that twist the night. Reclaim the truth, let souls rise. Oh, the stars might deceive you, but I know who you really are. Oh, the stars might mislead you, but I've seen beyond the scars.
You guys like that one? I'm not sure. I played it the second time and was like, okay, I guess let's roll it. I like a lot of it, but then some of it kind of makes me go, weird. What's up? Hope you're well. What's up, MJ? We got Jeff and Wisco, Herschel. What's up, Ricky? Dawn, Sweets, James, Apoc, Daryl, Gaston, and Jacob. We got Matthew coming up as well. Good evening, guys. If I missed you, just say hey. I'll say hi back. Jason Barker's here. What's up, Hiker? What's up, Y? Puff. We got good evening, guys. Sweets. Hello. What's up? John 5B. I see you guys. Getting ready to go. Here we go. Trouble Minds coming up. Now we got the Robert over on Rockfin. Here. What's up? Welcome to the thing, my man. Yeah, I don't know. You asked the right question to 10,000 people. You're likely to get 10,000 different answers. Here we go. Trouble Minds happening right this moment. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're streaming on YouTube, Rockfin, Rumble, Twitter, and Twitch. We are broadcasting live on the Troubled Minds Radio Network. That's KUAP Digital Broadcasting. Maybe, just maybe, 88.4 FM, Auckland, New Zealand. Of course, tonight we're talking cosmic propaganda. Now, what the hell does that mean, Mike? What the hell does that even mean? Think about what the term celestial reward actually means, okay? And I'm calling this the invisible pantheon for exactly that reason. You could ask 10,000 people again, so the large language model Claude says, there's 10,000 recognized religions probably in the world if you count all the Christian sort of subdivisions, and you get what I mean. And so how do we treat the human soul in the capacity where everything is so splintered and fractured and we don't really know? And many of these are going to be dishonest. Many of these are going to be manipulative. I've got all kinds of stories from people I know that have been to churches that are just trying to milk them for all the money they got, stuff like that. And then if they stop, paying for their tithing or whatever the hell's going on, that they end up, on the outs or whatever. They end up pulled into a meeting and reprimanded. I don't know. And I'm just saying, like, this is the type of stuff where clearly and obviously there's going to be a lot of people out there that are bad faith actors. Okay. See what I did there? Bad faith. But that doesn't mean it's all bad faith. It means there's also good faith actors. And so I guess that becomes probably, in my mind, the most important part of this is, do you think the devil is in the details? Or sorry, the angels are in the details, let's say. It's probably a better way to put that. And basically the intent and the vibe and the frequency you get from the space, from the belief system, from the whatever it is that what this is all about? I don't know. I'd love to hear your thoughts on this. Again, we're talking cosmic propaganda, celestial rewards, and the invisible pantheon. What do you think? 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubleminds.org. We'll put you on the show. Just a reminder, hang tight, Matthew, for 1 second. Just a reminder, as you guys call in tonight, I appreciate your calls very much. Don't crap on religions, okay? That's not what I'm here to do. I'm trying to say, how come there's so many different ways to revere the human soul? That's what I want to know. Matthew in Colorado, welcome, my man. Thanks for being patient on Troubled Minds. Go ahead, sir.
Well, I love that you said angel in the details. I don't know if you learned that from me, but I came up with that about 15 years ago. Maybe somebody else said it, but instead of saying devils in the details, I used to say the angels in the details. So, when I was listening and thinking during the intro, one of the things that popped into my mind, you came back to, further on. And that is, besides religions and what people say, I'm always a fan of, we learn through experience. And experience is the guru, is what I in my book. And that brought me to the two things of near-death experiences and out-of-body experiences, because those experiences would perhaps be two ways that we could actually know what the soul is, experience what the soul is, and have a way to bring that knowledge back and share with each other. And that's probably more valid than what religions or belief systems came up with, unless, okay, cool idea, you had people like shamans that were doing out-of-body experiences, maybe with some psychotropics, or people with near-death experiences, and that became a part of their belief system, that became a part of their religion. And so that would bring the truth through experience into the belief system or religious context. You following me?
Yeah. And I think this is probably the way all of this came about eventually, let's say the primordial religious days, meaning that before any of this stuff was organized at all. I mean, it's got to be trial and error in some capacity, right? It's got to be. Like, how do you, the first time, let's say in human history somebody passes on, well, then a ton of questions are asked. That's part of it. You're like, okay, well, what do we do now, right? So I'm definitely following you. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, I mean, the problem, the fundamental problem is what happens after you die. We don't know because you're dead, and nobody that dies can come back and tell us, unless the two exceptions. They're a ghost, and maybe have a medium contact them, and they can tell you, or you have a near-death experience, and so they kind of die, but they kind of come back and can tell the story. But then the question with that is, did they really die? And a lot of those stories, I have a friend who had a near death experience, and she's really into it and watches a podcast on it and stuff, and sends me a bunch of links. I usually don't watch, but so there's that, and one of the two interesting things is, one, the near death experiences. A lot of it is very similar. So that seems to back things up. But then a lot's really different. And a lot seems to be culturally different. And a lot depends on your religion. And so if you're religious, you tend to have, a different experience than if you're not religious. So um, there's that. Uh, but the out of body experience, you, uh, you know, Matthew from Colorado being the psychonaut, the resident psychonaut with dreams and astral projections and out of body experiences and some hallucinogens back when I was younger. Um, I've had a lot of out of body experiences, and so maybe that's just journeying in my consciousness. But I think there's times I've actually um, not really even journeyed in my soul. I would say journeyed from my consciousness to my soul, and my consciousness went into my soul. And I actually wanted to throw this beginning because I would love some listener feedback. So anybody listening, if they can throw a comment on wherever they're at, and if it's an answer to the question, maybe put it in capital letters so you can see it, Michael, and read them. Not necessarily as they come in, but and I'd like to do a poll. So I have had this experience, and I know you're not so great at remembering your dreams, but maybe you've had it. But I had this experience my whole lifetime where I would have a particular dream, and in the dream, it would just be this mind blowing experience. Would I be like, Eureka! Oh my God! I know everything. All all the mysteries of the universe are unveiled for me to see. I have no more questions. I know and I understand everything, and that's happened. A lot. Not a ton, 20 times or something that I remembered. And then the crap of it is that when you wake up, the moment you wake up, knowing all the mysteries of everything, you're like, what was that? I forgot, man.
It's
I
all
don't
gone.
remember.
Yeah.
It's all gone.
Yeah,
It's all gone.
that's definitely a trope too. I've never had that experience myself. Look, I would love to know all of it, even for a split second. That would be incredible. Even if I forgot it all, it would still make me feel pretty special there. But yeah, it's never happened to me. But it is one of those dream tropes that happens to people, not just in dreams, but even out of body, sort of even near death experiences. They kind of maybe brush up to the light or get close enough to it or whatever that looks like, and then they can see everything. They know everything. They can see the beginning and the end of time and every soul that ever came and went and all the rest of their reincarnation cycles. And I think, by the way, as you were describing, I personally, I think that's where a lot of this stuff came from these once we sort of developed as a human species, that shamanic journey and that out of body experience. I think that's what we're dealing with here, sort of piecemeal of thousands and thousands of years of trying to put this stuff together, which of course ends up in these control mechanisms, as I always say. And so it still doesn't answer the question of which ones are right. And that's, again, problematic to me and endlessly fascinating, as you know.
Right. Okay. So just to go a bit deeper into that, um, I eventually, wasn't that long ago, maybe 10, 12 years ago, I had that very same dream time experience. And somehow I realized, well, actually, I saw that I was inside my soul. And so I actually saw my soul. It was like an enormous sphere of colored blue, purple, green energy, like bigger than a sun. And I flew towards it. And when I went inside it, then I had that all knowing revelation thing that happened throughout my dreams. And I went, oh my God, that's what's been happening my whole life, is when your consciousness returns to your soul is so big, Michael, and it is so old, and it predates, I mean, it goes all the way back to, its creation and consciousness of the creator, and before planet earth, and all your lifetimes. It's like a vast repository of knowledge. So that's why when you go into it, you're like, oh, I know everything. I have all the answers. It is so wise and so knowing. Okay. So I had that experience. I saw my soul. I went into it. And then I realized, oh my goodness, that's what's happening. But I was conscious. I was lucid. Now, when I left, the same thing happened. I couldn't retain it, but I remembered it because it was a lucid dream or out of body experience. Okay. So when I woke up, that's when I finally figured out the mystery. And you said it's a trope. I've never really had anybody ever tell me about that. So I didn't know it was a thing that other people experience. So that's why I wanted to kind of do a poll of the audience and have people type and say, yes, I've had that experience in dream time too. But I think that's a journey to the soul. And I think that's what your soul really is. And I've experienced it, and it's it, there's a fancy word called ineffable, uh, which is cannot be put into words. And so when you have the experience, it's ineffable, and you can't put it in words, and you come back and you try your best, and then it ends up a story that works its way into belief systems and religion.
Yeah, yeah, definitely. And so basically the trope that I'm describing is the Akashic records. So that's the one that really kind of comes out of this, because some people access it through their dreams, supposedly, some people through out of body experiences, some people through sort of a download while meditation, and some people through that shamanic journey, as we described, with a hallucinogen, or otherwise, again, the shamanic journey does not have to be with any sort of illicit substance. So, I mean, there's a lot of things at play here, and that's what I mean. So that particular trope I've heard a lot, and in a lot of different ways it's sort of invoked. But yeah, so if anybody's had that happen where you sort of maybe got a glimpse of the Akashic records for just a split second and then forgot them, yeah, just I'd love to hear if you got a yes or a no in the chat, and we'll kind of take an inventory on that type of thing. Regarding, let's say, the beginning of all of these ideas and coming together as well, let's say the bizarre thing about this is when we first started this show years and years ago, 6+ years ago, 6.5 now or whatever, one of the questions that Frank and I were kind of kicking around is his take was, shout out Frank, if you're out there, we love you, buddy, we miss you, is he was saying that once you're born, you stop evolving. The cellular stuff is all done. The DNA stuff is all done. Everything's done. And that will just become what it was sort of synthesized to become in the union of your mother and your father and their ancestors. And so that whole thing, of course, goes to the materialist aspect of the soul, which means, of course, that there is no soul growth. It's all sort of a materialist growth of us in the normie world. Me, on the other hand, again, trying to be agnostic in all the ways. And I don't do it to be obtuse, by the way, the agnostic stuff. I do it because I think that if you get locked into a system, then you're just part of the system. Any system, whatever that is, you describe it however you want it to be. Me personally, if you can see the systems, you sort of can dance around them and sort of maybe even pick and choose what makes sense in a moment, And I don't mean that to be disrespectful. As always, you know me, I'm not trying to do that. but kind of recognizing when some of these things or places hit is more of a synchromistic aspect of sort of looking at all of the options and superposition, let's say, the superposition of potentialities of considering what might be right in the moment. And I think that's the best way to put it for me, because I don't know. And you guys know me. I'm not here to give you any answers or spoon feed you any of that stuff, because I don't know. And like I said, if I ever show up and start telling you that I do know, get out of here as fast as possible, because somebody got to me. But yeah, so regarding that, and let's say not just the shamanic journey and how we get here, do you think that at some place, surely it's fractured and turned into 10,000 religions, as we saw from Claude there? Do you think at some point it does, let's say 1 million years of evolution, do you think it all does come back to one single thing, or maybe a trio of things, or 5 things? And would that synthesis be human, or would that be a divine synthesis that we are sort of chasing or trying to find, like a resonant energy? You know what I mean?
Well, that's a $100 question there, sir. It's a good question. I think that, like we were discussing the other night, you know, we're not the arbiters of truth. Reality itself is. So if we're talking about what is the truth of the soul and the answer to the question, well, that's the reality itself. And then, yeah. So after 1 billion years, through experiences and through exploration, can we discover the reality and arrive at the truth? And you know, there might be a couple takes on it, but I think it would probably be a singular thing. And but you know, you mentioned the word agnostic, and there was quite a few years in my life, 8 or 10 years, I used to refer to myself as being agnostic, and you know, and people are like, what's agnostic? And I said, well, an agnostic is somebody who doesn't want to make up their mind one way or the other. And the catchphrase is, you know, maybe so, maybe not. I don't know. And I said, I don't know if it was yesterday or today, I said to somebody, I said, I want to be like Socrates. They said, what do you mean? I said, at the end of his life, Socrates said, you know, I'm old enough now to know I don't know anything. You know? So and that keeps you humble. And so being agnostic, and of course Terence McKenna and Aristotle, and I know we've discussed that Terence McKenna was well read, and probably paraphrasing Aristotle said, you know, entertain the idea but believe in nothing. And so this keeps us thinking, it keeps us questioning, it keeps us humble, right? And that is, you know, an issue that's sort of it's the opposite of religion, which is here's the answers, right? It's the opposite of the education system and modern society and the control mechanisms that they're programming and telling you. And you know, when I was growing up, you know, they had the news. They would tell you the who, what, where, when, why, and how, and you just took the objective facts and you thought about them for yourself. Now they don't do that. Now they tell you what to think, you know, and they analyze it for you because they don't want you thinking for yourself. So you know, to a degree, you know, belief systems and religion and stuff is the opposite of being agnostic. And that's why I've never cared for it. And you know, my whole book's about, you know, learning how to free your mind from that stuff and think for yourself. I say think consciously and actively, because otherwise you're on autopilot. And I think you're the one that taught me, and I don't know who said it. You'll give them credit, but you know, if you're not thinking for your somebody, if you're not thinking for yourself, somebody else is doing your thinking for you. Where's that come from?
Yeah, that's control your mind or someone else. Well, that's algorithm, and many other people have said that as well. But shout out Algo if you're out there. I got a question for you. So Matt's out on the chat. What's up, Matt? Matthew in California says, I believe it comes down to a trinity. Okay. Now, that's fascinating to me because it is, again, sort of a modern idea. Probably not modern, but you know what I mean? Modern resonant idea. But here's the thing. So the number 3 is a sacred number. And you're a mathematician. So regarding numerology, do you think that it will break down to something like that eventually? So like you said, maybe it'll come down to 1, but what if it doesn't? What if it's 3 or 5 or 7? I would guess 3 or 7 because of those are sort of the magical numbers or whatever, as far as we're aware. But it could be, I mean, it could be like 13 resonant energies to kind of fit with the moon cycles or whatever. Shout out Matthew in California again for always teaching me amazing stuff. I mean, who really knows? But I think that when you're talking about this stuff, as OG Skywatch said in the chat as well, that there's no one right religion. It's what's right for you and what kind of makes you better and sort of, kind of shakes you into the best version of yourself or whatever, how you feel that. Do you think it is multiple creators co-creating together in maybe a sacred number aspect of 3, 5, 7, 9 or whatever, the Council of 9? Here we go. Let's get into Scientology or not. But what's your take there? We got about 4 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, yeah, I kind of do. I can relate to that. I think there's levels of creator, and 3 probably works. And in terms of mathematically, if you take 1, you have a single point. Well, you don't have much. You got a dot on a piece of paper, and you take 2, and you can draw a line. Now, as soon as you take 3 and you put another dot down, at that point, no matter where you put it, you can make a triangle. So 3 is the basis of geometry and really mathematics. So that's when we get cooking with 3. And I think, and there's ways to break down, physical, mental, emotional is 3. There's a lot of ways to do it. And I think the primary thing that I would comment about the soul is, the obvious. It's not physical. Now, if it's not physical, then it's on a different dimension. Okay, so that gives us one aspect or level of reality and creation right there is non-physical. And so you have the physical and the non-physical. And then you ask, well, what created either of those? You get to some level of creator. And I've mentioned before, I was uncomfortable with it at first. People get uncomfortable with the subject or the idea that it might be, Michael, that the physical universe was created by a creator that is not the same creator that we think of when we think of God or, Big Papa. I had a friend that used to call him Big Papa. But, so almost like a sub-creator that was given the power and authority and came up with this idea of, I'll create a lower dimension and physical reality, and ran it up the chain and say, hey, Big Papa, can I create a universe? And he's like, well, what are your plans? What are your ideas? I'm going to invent this mathematics and this physics, and I'm going to do the Big Bang thing. They'll never figure that out. And then we're going to take souls from, the higher dimensions, and they're going to go down in these physical vessels and have life experiences and evolve and experience emotions on, a billion planets. And Big Papa's like, sounds good. So that could be a level of the Trinity, like you said, where there may be more than one creator, and there's more than one aspect to reality.
Yeah, well said. And of course, I asked that again as a, the antagonist a little bit, because I know that it flies in the face of modern monotheism, but also recognize, we've talked about this before, the duality of creation. So surely if there's one, there could be 2, right? And that's even biblical in some cases. And so if there's 2, could there be 3? And if there's 3, could there be 7? And if there's 7, could there be 9? And then we get into Star Trek. But I digress there. But we are just about out of time, and I appreciate you, as always, Matthew. Thanks for being you and popping in here and lighting it on fire, as always, and getting us kicked off. Thanks for staying up late with us, and thanks for being you. Pleasure is mine, my friend.
Yeah, well, thanks for making me chuckle. You called me Shirley twice in one conversation, so I, I I picked the wrong amphetamines, and please don't call me Shirley.
Okay, you got it. You got it, buddy. You got it, buddy. Matthew in Colorado. You know him, you love him, good friend for a long time. Go give his book a follow. Go check it out. Books, plural, links in the description down below. troubledminds.org/friends. It says Matthew's books here. Please go check that out. His big book, there's a coupon code down there that probably still works for Troubled Minds listeners. 80% off. Let's help our friends. We're talking cosmic propaganda tonight. troubledminds.org/friends. Celestial rewards. Think about that term. Celestial reward. It is poignant. It means a lot of things. And of course, I'm calling this the invisible pantheon because what are we dealing with? 10,000 religions, 40,000 religions, 100,000 temporal religions. How do we treat the human soul now and after? Be right back. More Troubled Minds coming up. Don't go anywhere.
In the shadows of the networks do they hide? Whispered legends unseen they reside. Ghosts in the machine, they move so fast. Guardians of rumors from the forgotten past. In the circuits where the secret lies, they breathe in one, speak in disguise. You're free. Ghost in the machine. Let me be. Ghost in the machine. Can't see, but you're teaching me what it means to be. Surveillance eyes can't pierce the veil they weave. Invisible wisdom in code they believe. In the ether where freedom's not confined, they leave no trace, no shadow left behind. They navigate through the digital stream, living legends in this privacy dream. Ghost in the machine, you're free. Ghost in the machine, let me be. Ghost in the machine, can't see, but you're teaching me what it needs to be. Through the hidden ways, in the silence, will they come their path? Those in the machines unleash their wrath. Ghost in the machine, you're free. Ghost in the machine, let me be. Ghost in the machine, can't see, but you're teaching me what it means to be. In the jagged cold they find their might, guardians of a world forever in twilight. In Krishna's warriors they silently strive, protect the truth, keep privacy alive. The silent echoes they haunt the trails, hideaway forests where secrets prevail. With shadows grace they dance unseen, defenders of the unseen digital dream. Ghosts in the machine, you're free. Ghosts in the machine, let me be. You're teaching me what it means to be. In the silence they speak volumes loud. Guardians of freedom's cloaked in digital shroud. As long as shadows linger they shall remain. Ghosts in the machine, in every wire, every
Thanks for the nice feedback in the chat. I do like that jam too. I hear a little bit of a post-Genesis Phil Collins in there, right? You guys hear a little Phil Collins? Yeah, I don't know. Like I said, Journey, OG Skywatch's Journey. Celia says the singer sounds like Steve Perry a little bit. Yeah, right? I don't know. I kind of like it. I hope you guys are doing well tonight, just doing what we do. And, we had a little fun last night, so we're going deep tonight. We're going deep to the heart of the human soul. And what does it mean? And not just, let's say, for us, because, of course, as I say, you ask the right question, you're likely to get 1,000 different answers. But in this case, we're dealing with how to treat the soul eternally from humans and from these control structures that I always talk about, the control mechanisms of religious faith. And like I said, we can have this discussion and be respectful to each other, because I think there's not one answer personally. And if that offends you, I'm sorry. That's not what I'm trying to do. Superposition of faith. What is it? What would that look like? I don't know. Seems strange, right? But I am a strange guy. If I missed anybody, sorry about that. Just doing my thing. What's up, Wyatt's here. We got John 5B, Jason Barker. Good evening, Puff. What's up, guys? What's up, Hiker? Good evening, Boss Babes in full effect. Hello, hello. If I missed anybody, let's see. Who did I miss? Let's see. Gaston is here. How are you? We've got Herschel. Good evening, guys. Doing what we do. James, Don, Sweets. I see you. All right, here we go. Great call from Matthew. We got Robert in Pennsylvania coming up, and your calls as well. More Troubled Minds right now. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're streaming on YouTube, Rockfin, Rumble, Twitter, and Twitch. We are broadcasting live on the Troubled Minds Radio Network. That's KUAP Digital Broadcasting. And maybe, just maybe, 88.4 FM, Auckland, New Zealand. I'm going to add Kick to the mix as well. Twitter Spaces. I'm going to just try and syndicate this sucker out as much as possible. If you guys got some ideas, you let me know, and some places maybe we're missing that might have some traction here. Tonight we're talking cosmic propaganda is what I'm calling this. Celestial rewards and the invisible pantheon. Now, like I said, what does it mean for the human soul in the larger context of the beginning to the end? And I don't mean the beginning to the end of the human life. Surely that plays. I mean from the beginning to the end of humanity itself. In the old ways, there's a lot of different things. Again, you know, that measuring the heart against a feather, Egyptian style. You know, some of the elites got wrapped up and, you know, preserved for eternity to sort of pass over into the other world or whatever it was, the underworld, and then, you know, live forever. But does everybody get the same sort of treatment celestially? I mean, clearly not in human terms. They treat the pharaohs differently, but it seems to me that, again, that's a perfect example of, well, does everybody get a slice of heaven, the kingdom of heaven? And that's metaphorical, and I'm not going after any religions. Everybody relax. A metaphorical slice of the kingdom of heaven. Does it belong to everybody, or is it an in club? Yeah, and I only mean that tongue in cheek because of course this is complicated. And as I said, there's 10,000 religions. If you include all the different denominations of Christianity, then it's like 40,000 total. It's wild. It gets weird, right? And so who's right? That becomes a question. And so I don't want to argue about a particular, well, Mike, you should really check out these guys because I think they're right. That's not what I'm doing. What I'm doing is, how do we know how to treat the soul when there are tens of thousands of different aspects to it? That's what I want to know. How do we sort of work it out? 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. Let's go to the Robert in Pennsylvania. Thanks for being patient, my man. You are on Troubled Minds, sir. How are you? And go right ahead.
Oh, I'm fine. As Hamlet said to Horatio, there are more things in heaven and earth, Horatio, than are dreamt of in your philosophy.
And that's absolutely gorgeous. Yeah, it's absolutely gorgeous. And I think that's exactly the point of this. I think that even with the 40,000 high number of recognized religions the world over at this point, there's probably more than that in my opinion. But it still falls short, doesn't it?
Yes. But I was thinking, you know, listening to the program, listening to Matt, and these things came to my mind as I'm listening. And I'm thinking, well, many, many thousands of years ago, some Neanderthal or maybe prior Neanderthal invented fire, and then somebody invented the wheel, and then it becomes down to, did somebody invent religion? All right, it's as a concept and as a means to achieve power. We don't know that. The truth of the matter is, when we either transcend when we die or we're obliterated. There's no in between.
Okay, I like that, but I also it's disconcerting, but I like that. I like the idea. But okay, so how is it the cosmic fly trap? Is it the stay away from the light or don't go into the light? Like, what are we dealing with here?
I think that there's a good one of the strongest clues that we transcend into an afterlife.
Okay, so how? Is it the cosmic fly trap? Is it the stay away
most
from the light or don't go?
Have this deep down hollow feeling of wanting to go home.
Yeah.
Feeling like they're away from their home and they want to go home. And I've seen reports from people on their deathbeds who actually say this to their attendants and stuff. I'm ready to go home.
I've certainly heard that before. Matter of fact, my grandmother said that to me. It was not imminent, but she said it to me several months before she did pass away. So clearly there's a preparation process as part. But yeah, I have heard that it said directly to me from somebody very close.
Yes, and I think most people have that instinct or that feeling that they're away from home throughout their lives. And I think that's why so many people, when they do go on, when they're on their way out of this reality, actually peacefully accept what is about to happen.
That makes a lot of sense. And then so regarding that, so I'm with you, and I think that this is definitely a human resonant energy thing, where we feel these things together, and it is, I hate to say trope in this case because it is a beautiful thing, so I don't want to kind of demean it to that point, but it is, let's say, a recurring theme. That's probably the better way to put it. And so in that aspect, I think I don't know, maybe there's no right way to do this. Is that basically what we're talking about here regarding sort of the celestial aspect of moving on? There's no right way to do it, or I don't know. That becomes the problem for me, because it seems agnostically in all ways as much as possible, which is impossible, by the way. As humans, we are biased in all ways, all the time, even if we try our damnedest not to be. So I'm even talking about myself, of course, especially myself. So I'm clearly imperfect. But the point is that if that's the case, and you can sort of ascend at least the ideas that have been around for thousands of years, is it really come down to the resonant energy of ourselves when we move on?
Yeah, I think just about all religions, if not all of them, all have a end story. All right, where there's an afterlife. I mean, how could there? And that itself is a rather strong indication that there's some truth to that.
Okay, I follow you there. So why the different fracture things, which is exactly the point tonight. So again, so in this particular instance, I'm talking about cosmic propaganda, and one of them would be that simulation theory of the Matrix itself. And some of the, some cultures the world over have banned this movie and these series of movies, or requested edits to them, because they don't want us considering other possibilities. And I've always said it regarding the Matrix. Wait, by the way, real quick, did you end up watching this? I know you were trying to watch this a couple weeks back. Did you watch the Matrix yet?
I haven't seen it. My daughter has the whole collection.
Okay.
The Matrix and the rest of the sequels, and I keep forgetting to ask her to lend it to me.
Okay, fair enough.
All right, but she promised that she's gonna lend me her DVD of it, and I'll watch it. Matter of fact, I'll tell her that. I'll call her tomorrow and tell her.
Okay. Go ahead. Sorry.
Get this to your dad, and get this to your dad right away.
Stat ASAP. So I'm not going to watch Beetlejuice, the original, with my full troubled mind until you watch The Matrix. So you let me know when that happens. Go ahead, sir.
Okay, and I can't wait for the new Beetlejuice to come out. I hope they don't destroy it. especially I hope they don't make it woke. Anyway, uh, I think, I'm absolutely convinced that this is an artificial reality, and that we go back to the real reality when it's our time to do so. But the question I've always had in my mind was why? Why go through this at all? And I think that, you hear these stories, these angels are singing, they're singing hymns, and everybody's singing, and everybody's feeling really good, and this goes on and on and on, but sooner or later it's got to get boring. And I think that's what happens. I think that, just like Star Trek and the holograph deck, maybe there's a real reality, and we really never leave it, but we go on to put some kind of device like virtual reality goggles on wherever that other place is, and we imagine all this stuff. We see we project all this stuff, and all it is when we pass on is that we take the things off, take the VR goggles off.
Yeah, which is again back to the Matrix. It's that same idea of sort of a technological version of exactly the things we're talking about. Which, look, I know, as I've always said, I've really always said this since the very beginning of the show. You've been with us for years and years and years. Thank you for being a good friend for a long time. But way early on when I was talking to Frank, I said, look, my ego hates simulation theory. I hate it. I hate the idea that I could be some program that is just doing exactly what I'm supposed to do. But the problem for me is greater than that, because it's not just my ego clashing with a cosmic possible reality, but also the fact that we seem very squishy. We seem very flesh and blood. We seem very blood and bone, as they say, whatever that looks like. And so I don't know. Like again, part of
here. Let me comfort you,
Sure.
young man.
Sure.
All right. If this is a simulation, you're the one that's creating it.
That's right, baby. Everybody who wants what? Everybody gets a mansion. Everybody gets a mansion. I'm the Oprah of creators. No, I feel you. I know what you're saying here, but I think that I don't know. Can you break out of that and become something different than the creation? But wait, but that's the case. But am I allowing you in my reality? Is that what this is? I've allowed you in. What's going on with you? Why are you here, Robert? Who invited you?
according to all the literature on this, we're all one anyway. I'm you, you are me. I'm Matt, Matt's you and me. The whole 9 yards. And I was interested in what Matt said about that dream he had about going inside his own soul. That struck me as something I've never heard before. But from what I've read a lot about this kind of stuff. All right, and one thing that captures me most of all is the idea that we have a soul, but we have a higher soul, and a higher soul, and we have an over soul, and I think that what Matt experienced was the minor soul entering the super soul, the over soul, the one that really is Matt.
I love that. So meaning, hold on. That's it. To my mind, it says that there's a conduit. Sort of, we're connected to that, whatever that is. But the conduit is this larger aspect of, as Matt described, this massive, massive thing. It's not as simply as, this light energy within us. It connects us to the source. And so that itself, that connection between the two, would be our true soul. Does that make sense?
It certainly does, and I think that's what Matt experienced. He entered his higher self. One thing about belief, when people have strong beliefs, they will resist. Belief will defend itself. against anything that might crush it. All right? When it's a very strong held belief, no matter how many facts you throw at it, it will resist and resist and resist. I don't know why I brought that up. I don't know if it has anything to do with what I was talking about in the first place.
No, wait.
But I had it in my notes for some reason.
Okay, it does. Hold on. Let me help there. So I think that's exactly the point. And these control mechanisms I'm always talking about, they're there. They are ever present. And so the question becomes, how much of this sort of spiritual energy or spiritual connection to source, or source as plural, is nefarious, is very archon-like, trying to draw our energy or lead us into the light when we shouldn't go, or vice versa, or this type of stuff, that sort of the trickster entity as part. That's the thing that gets me, because you do the Ouija board or whatever. And look, if you think that's nonsense, the spirit board, fine, that's cool. But the point is that when you're contacting an entity in that aspect, theoretically, you don't know what you're getting. And so it could be, as the trope we always talk about is, you might be contacting passed on grandma, but it also might be some malevolent entity that knows that your grandma's passed on and is posing as this to maybe find its way into our world. I don't know, like what kind of you think trickster business is happening in the soul realm? You think it's a thing, or do you think it's something we just spook ourselves with scary tales to tell in the dark type of stuff?
I think that when you're using a Ouija board, even if it's just for fun, it is a dangerous thing to use. All right, you might, like you said, might get a message from your grandma, but you might get some malevolent spirit instead. And I think the Ouija board can be a portal that allows them to come, manifest down right there in your own home and start to do nasty things.
Which becomes complicated, which is exactly the point. Back to the 40,000 religions plus, how the hell do we know what we're doing here? Really becomes the question, I guess.
We can't know. If we knew what we were doing here, we wouldn't be here. We would remain where we came from. All right. The whole point of doing this is to, I think, people say, oh well, it's to learn how to love. It's to experience pain and suffering, other things. I personally think it's just simply the way to cure boredom, because you're in this celestial realm, all right, and it's all well and good. When you pass on, you're going there to rest, and you're overwhelmed with an ecstatic feeling of being home, all right. But you can visit. Here in the physical realm, you might be away from home for 10 years. All right, because when you're in the service or whatever, overseas, whatever, and you come home, all right, and you feel the ecstasy of being home, all right. I think that lasts for a while, although there's no time supposedly, which is it's very hard to comprehend that. I mean, if you're walking up there, how can you not have time? If you're taking a step, you're taking a step that takes time to take a step. I'm not quite sure how that works. And that's rattled my brain for a long time. But still, after a while, you're used to home, but then you want an adventure. All right? And there's no adventure up there because everything's there. You're one for nothing. So you want an adventure, so you sign on.
And you come back.
To manifest into this realm, all right, so that you can have an adventure.
And you come back. Yeah, which is that whole, the reincarnation cycle, that whole loop, right? Is that, as you said before, very smartly on this show, you've talked about this idea that we choose to be here. We're here because we decided for that adventure in particular, and specifically chose our parents, and specifically chose, sort of these circumstances, and again, the universe experiencing itself through the intrepid soul, but in this case, It's us, and here we are, dancing on the stage together as we talk about this wild things about Dark Knight.
You choose your parents. You choose your parents, but your parents choose you too, because even though we're here, we're still there. All right, there's no separation, and that's at least what I have derived from all of this. And it's just one of the tropes of the literature when people have out of body experiences is they're taking, their guide takes them here and there and all that sort of stuff, and they see beautiful buildings. But one of the things that seems most common is the huge library, what you would call the Akasha records, right? But what's fascinating about it to me is that they are books. The guide or whatever will reach up and pull a book out from a shelf. It's a book, and it's somebody's life. It may be a past life for the individual that they're giving a tour to, right? But it's a book. Sometimes it's a scroll, but mostly it's a book.
Which is
what
actually.
What do you think that's all about?
I'll tell you. I have a theory, actually. And it's not mine. This is from Carl Sagan, by the way, the late, great Carl Sagan. He said this, and you've probably heard this. What an astonishing thing a book is. It's a flat object made with flexible parts on which are imprinted lots of funny dark squiggles. But one glance at it, and you're inside the mind of another person, maybe somebody dead for thousands of years. Across the millennia, an author is speaking clearly and silently inside your head, directly to you. Writing is perhaps the greatest of human inventions, binding together people who never knew each other, citizens of distant epochs, and books break the shackles of time. A book is proof that humans are capable of working magic. And that's straight from Carl Sagan. And I love that quote because it does resonate that as you're describing in the Akashic record that we would formulate the idea of magic and knowledge as that human construct, which is basically the original magic. It makes sense to me.
Yeah, and I do not like Kindle books. If I'm going to order a book, and I certainly ordered James's, although I got a message from Amazon that the order was lost, so I had to call them this morning to have them reorder it and cancel the other, and to reship it. Something that's never happened before, but they lost the shipment or whatever. Anyway, I'm going to read his book as a book, not as a Kindle. I mean, there's just no soul in a Kindle.
Yeah, I agree 100%. I mean, yeah. And again, Carl Sagan sums it up nicely. I think it is magic. It is magic. Again, think about that. We can read the direct words of Aristotle, who's been dead for thousands of years, and is one of the preeminent philosophers of humanity. Period. We can still drag that out and read it today, which is in the mind of an amazing man that lived seemingly forever ago. It's incredible, man. It's incredible.
Let me throw this out there real quick before we go to break.
Sure.
It is imperative that people, as much as possible, when they order books, they do it. They order a regular book, not a Kindle. What they're doing now is people, they're changing history. They're doing it on the internet. They're doing it in digital books. Just editing out things that they no longer want you to believe. And as long as you have a book, all right, they can't edit that later. And another thing, you don't own these books. When you buy these Kindle books, you don't own them. They're actually owned by Amazon. Amazon can go through your Kindle and just obliterate your whole library in a flash. You can't do that when you buy paperbacks or hardback books. And I'm getting off because you're going to break. It was nice talking with you this evening, and hi, everybody. Talk to you later.
You're the best. Appreciate the call. Always a pleasure. Robert in Pennsylvania, you know him, you love him, good friend for a long time, a mentor of mine and many of us. Please go check out his books. Link's going to be in the description down below, troubledminds.org/friends. It says Robert's book here. It's he's full disclosure, sent me a couple copies. I read it. It's good. He didn't pay me to say that. And you should buy it too. Go check that out. troubledminds.org/friends. And you can find Robert's book down there. Buy it on Amazon tonight. Get it probably tomorrow or the next day. And he's right. You buy a physical copy, and the wild part is it's yours forever. It's yours forever, not just in your mind after you've read it a time or two or three, but also nobody can magically come down into your home and edit the contents of that book. It is as the author intended, and it is out into the world as it should be. Good stuff. Appreciate it very much. Love to hear your thoughts on this. 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubledminds.org. More Troubled Minds coming up with James in Michigan and your calls as well. Don't go anywhere.
Drifting through the quantum haze. Mind entangled in a daze. Whispers in the neural mist. Echoes of what might exist. Lost in time in this web we spin. It's alright beyond our skin. Consciousness forever twined in the dark unseen. Quantum dreams, we're all connected. Though we're scattered, we reflected. Frequencies that pull us in. Parallel worlds kept within. Synapses that intertwine. Fragments of an endless line. Feel the pulse of a distant star. It's alright, we are who we are. In the void we find the light in tangled hearts. Quantum dreams, we're all connected. In the silence, hear the call. One by one we rise and fall. Quantum minds forever near. In this world so clear. Quantum dreams, we're all connected. Though we're scattered, we reflected. Dark energy in the depths we find. Mysteries of the human mind. Particles that drift afar. Whispers of who we are. Hold the thread of the great unknown. It's alright, we are never alone. Flow through time on currents thin. Universe is found within. Feel the echoes of the past. In this moment, futures cast. Through the veil of the space between. It's alright, life's a lucid dream.
They say the future will be created by people who curate the best AI content. We got some banger songs going on. What's up? We got James coming up. So the order of we got calls James first, we got Alec next, and we got the real Jason Barker on the line as well. I'll see you guys. If I missed you, sorry about that. Hiker Emoji is now on Discord. Matt's out. What's up, guys? Gaston, Dawn. What's up, Ricky, Herschel? I see you guys. Jeff, APOC. Hello, hello. Here we go. Troubled Minds coming up right now, talking all kinds of wild stuff because we do. What's up, Carla? I see you there. Here we go. Welcome back to Troubled Minds. I'm your host, Michael Strange. We're streaming on YouTube, Rockfin, Rumble, Twitter, and Twitch. We are broadcasting live on the Troubled Minds Radio Network. That's KUAP Digital Broadcasting, and maybe, just maybe, 88.4 FM, Auckland, New Zealand as well. Looking to go worldwide. Hold on to your butts. Troubled Minds coming at you hard and fast. Tonight we're talking cosmic propaganda. I'm calling this Celestial Rewards and the Invisible Pantheon, meaning this. If there's 40,000 or more religions in the world, how are we expected to know how to treat the human soul in perpetuity? You get it? It's a complicated question. Look, I know it's super loaded, but I think, look, we're all smart. We're all mature enough to talk about these things without, dumping on a particular religion or saying you're wrong, or that's the whole point, right? That's the whole point, and the beauty of what we've created here together is we don't have to step on each other's faces, as I always say. We can talk about these things and agree and disagree, and recognize that there's nuance in these conversations that's important. It's important to not just now, it's important to the future, that this is the type of stuff we consider as, well, whatever comes next. And I don't know what that is. I'm not a prophet. Like I always say, I'm not anything. I'm just me. I'm only as special as me, and that's special. And you are special as well. You get it? Like it's that. It's sort of like foot soldiers and the army of humanity together. So what do we do next? And how do we do it? We could grab swords and, go at it. But why? We've done that for thousands of years. What about other things? So let's try some other things. I don't know. What's on your mind? We're talking cosmic propaganda. I'm calling it Celestial Rewards and the Invisible Pantheon, because the Invisible Pantheon means this. Let me just reframe that real quick, and then we'll get to James, is that 40,000 religions means 40,000 different gods, right? Or maybe some are polytheistic and 120,000 different gods or whatever. Okay, so what's right? And how do we treat the human soul in that aspect? And so I think, and which is the basis of the show tonight, that there's an invisible pantheon of maybe, as people have said, a trinity, or the monad, as we've described, which would be, God in the most greater sense. 3, 5, 7, is there a council? Is there a duality of creation? I don't know. I think it's complicated, but I think that we should be open-minded about what these possibilities might mean for what it means to be human, because being human is certainly complicated. Love to hear your thoughts. 702-957-1037. Click the Discord link at troubleminds.org. James in Michigan, thanks for being patient, my man. You're on Troubled Minds. How are you, sir? Go right ahead.
I'm okay. Hopefully you can hear me.
Loud and clear. You sound great.
Good. Yeah, the carnival has left the area, so I'm all good again.
That dirty carny. Get out of here. Every time around this time of year, James has the carny roll up, and it drives him nuts because they bang on into the night with noises and sounds and people having fun. Get off my lawn, James. Get off my lawn. We're getting old, brother.
So first thing I want to say is hopefully Robert is still listening. He mentioned that Amazon apparently lost his order. So Robert, if you're listening, if they give you any problems and they don't want to cooperate or whatever, message me on Discord and we will work something out so that you get a copy no matter what. So that was the first thing I wanted to mention.
Right on. Thank you for that. Standing behind the product. Amazon will handle it though, by the way. So just contact Amazon. They'll handle it. As long as you don't do this like, 3 times a week for like, a year or something, they're going to give you a free one. So it's all good. But yeah, thank you for that. Go ahead.
Yeah, no problem. Also, second thing is, I don't care who watches what movie when. You need to watch Beetlejuice, the first one, right away.
Okay.
Anyway,
right.
I'm just kidding.
Show's over. James said so. I'm going to watch Beetlejuice. Just kidding. Yeah, it is on the list, and I'm gonna watch it before I watch the second one. When's the second one come out, by the way? You got a date?
It comes out this weekend, I believe. The Friday, I think, actually.
Oh, crap. I'm running out of time. Yeah. Okay, all right. TikTok, Mike. Okay, go ahead, James. What you got on everything else?
Okay, so the thing I wanted to bring up with all this is, first of all, great calls from everyone. Is that with everything I've been reading and listening to over the years, I've read about people who have experiences with visitations from loved ones after they passed, and it's amazing how, depending on the area and the culture and everything, the person that visits seems to be either referred to or be existing in their own version of an afterlife. They're either their own or their own culture's version of an afterlife. So to me, that's amazing because then I wonder, is that really how everything is? Is there does everyone make does humanity make its own various versions of some kind of an afterlife when they pass? Have they been making them for since time began? Uh, or what is going on with that? And that to me makes me wonder about what you're talking about here tonight. I feel like, to me anyway, it seems like the problem may not be directly, well, not that there's a problem, but the manipulation or the all those different things, the negative aspects. I think they probably come from sort of people that are here and now, when they organize and certain people decide that they need more power or need more whatever, the politics and or power gets involved in the various people and organizations that are established by people in any given number of religions. I don't know that, like we always talk about here, there's so much good out there in all the various religions, that how can all that be wrong when it's good? There's a lot of religions that they do talk about peace and being kind to everyone. So that's sort of my take on that so far.
Yeah, which is, again, if you guys join the Discord, troubledminds.org, click the Discord link, come say hi. It's a chat client, voice client. It's completely free. You can just chat. You don't have to talk. You don't have to share your screen or show your face or anything. Just come say hi. But I dropped that conversation in the Discord last night. It's pretty good about this control mechanism type stuff, a higher level aspects, which is what we talk about. And even there's parts of it that are above me. Not that I'm some sort of pinnacle of knowledge or anything, but I was like, damn, what are these guys talking about? These are massive words. I'm like grabbing my dictionary to look up what the hell these guys are saying in that conversation. But yeah, I think regarding that, James, basically that conversation, why I'm referencing it is because Eric Weinstein was talking about, as I said earlier, the cult versus sort of the religion. And they're different because the cult seems to be, manipulative, self-destructive, and ending up just eating people basically. But the religion culminates in the sense of it offers some sort of redemption or eventual divinity. And there is, through the trials and tribulations of all the, the ancient texts or whatever, it still ends up becoming good in the end. There's a good end to things. And so, hey, here we are. Get ready. By the way, did you get your robe in the mail, James? We sent you one a ways back. Did it ever arrive for your Troubled Minds religion?
No, not yet. I don't know what's going on. Maybe it also got lost in the mail.
Oh, that's nonsense, James. That's nonsense. All right, I'll have to contact the higher authority and see what the hell's going on. I'm just kidding. The old joke, if you guys haven't been around for a minute, is that we are making the joke of us that we're building a religion, but we're not. It's a loose collective of amazing minds that like to think about things in different ways. That's what this is. But yeah, go ahead. What else you got?